What up, Mountain? What up, Chaos? Wait, what? How come the sound didn't play? Hold on. Sorry, someone's gonna get timed out here. That's crazy. So Kinos' grenade hit himself, but there was no alert. But it happened. Yo, what up, no hands, please? All right, we gotta get started pretty soon. I am already in a lobby, but I do want to show you guys something. Real quick. We're almost there. Probably makes more sense like right here or something.
26 months of this bull. Somebody put me out of this misery and silver me.
Baron? What's up, Baron? Baron, thanks for the support, man. Baron, has my YouTube stuff popped up in your feeds yet? We're almost at 100K. Almost there. Every day I get like 2,000 views on this. I get a little bit more than 2,000 views. It's pretty nice. This is like a reoccurring asset. It's pretty sick. It has? So here's the cool thing. Remember, this is my first short? First short, you know, we expect whatever. Look at this one. You guys remember? This was lagging behind. Wow, this is actually still getting promoted. Look at this. Because look at this one. 71 views in the last 71 views in the last hour. This one actually is still getting a lot of views. So let's if we could pull up 3,000. Wow, this is actually getting a lot of views still. It's getting what, like 300 per. Wow, wow, yeah, it's actually still picking up. Wait, so this is probably gonna pass up this one. I think it's gonna slow down soon, because from my TikTok analytics, this is kind of where they've tapered off, which at first looks about similar, right? About half of my Varia one, but this is still going up. I think it's because I just have 3 shorts out, so people are seeing this one because it's my latest. I think that's why. But I think this one is like twice as good on YouTube's eyes as this one, is how I see it, even though the views don't reflect that. But yeah, this one's still going up. You know, this is kind of interesting. Like, I know it doesn't look like much money, but like these are assets essentially, right? So if they do keep picking up views, and I put like 1 million out here, it is something. It's something for real, right? I only have 3. I would love to get to the point where I could put out 3 shorts a week, but I don't know if that's possible unless I get things done really efficiently. Yeah. But the thing is, like, some shorts, like my the rolling into boss door one, that one is like, that one barely gets views now, right? But it is the least, it's a very uninteresting subject. I just felt like it had no expectations because it's such a subtle subject. Because it was so subtle, like, I didn't have, like, expectations for it, right? But it still did, like, way better than I thought. I just wanted, like, 5,000. I would have been happy with 5,000 views. That was kind of the goal. Okay, sorry, I'm holding up the lobby. I feel a little bad. My camera's a little low though, so. Yo, what up, NN? Okay. Gamut ever Holtz Fune. Okay, we're going right into stuff. Yo, what up, Nito? Warm-up races. Yep. I haven't raced in a hot minute, dude. All right, let's do like 1 or 2, and then we're gonna chill. Play some Diddy Kong Racing or something. All right.
No, wrong way.
Let's do it. All right, hard, tricky map, rando pickup race. I have a match against Nito in a few hours. Let's get some warm-ups in, and let's win it. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you for the Geo. Cool start. Okay, map is above. Diddy Kong Racing? Yup. Baby seed. I am immediately tempted to go back to Volcano Room, but I can't really do that. I still want to actually blind the nearest doors because I don't have any ammo. So like I could just find a missile in here. So let's peek. Okay, cool. Let's try to get the map. So that's one of those things where it's kind of like you just have to value what's the value of a blind for something else, right? And I felt like there was still value in blinding right there. Okay, so I'm gonna save. Actually, saving's not worth it. I'm just gonna go because I could just load. I'll just load and pick up the super again. Saving is takes too much time here. Also, I might be able to make it out anyway. Okay. I'm gonna load. Okay, what was that left room again? Yes, I can't do that. Okay, so let's go here. I wonder if I get gravity or spring or something like that. I hate when the squeeps scam you like that. Yeah, high jump. Even if I were to find like ice somehow, that would still be good too. Spazer. I'll keep it. I will keep it. That'll be interesting is if I go down parlor and I find Rick Ship Chef, which is very possible. $87 Mandu bucks. Huge. Okay, we're gonna save here. We're gonna check the bottom door, and I have a sneaking feeling it's Wreck Ship Shaft. It is not. It is time to IBJ. High jump. Grapple. Grapple's interesting. What have I seen so far with grapple? We're about to find out. There we go. Grapple teleport, hold. Yeah, sorry, Anan. High jump. Gravity. That's a little surprising as gravity, so I wonder if that means there's a lot of water. There's a lot of water past the map. I'm gonna save. I think I cleared everything out here, so I'm not coming back. Now, saving still could be important, but I feel like the value is not high enough for me to save. Because I just don't see the value of a pivot here. Or where, like, why I would be pivoting down there. Okay, I have to watch my super count. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna take the top door. We'll come back here. No, I am not going to fight Kraid. Unless I get more supers. Okay, let's see if I can get the map. Oh, that was Meridia. So it just extends past there. Okay, that tank seems important. So does that tank. Okay, well I have to do Meridia. I mean, I probably have to do both Bryn and Meridia. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the missile. Do I dip Bryn before coming down? Maybe I have to dip Bryn. I might have to just see where the map is, even though I know crate is required and in Meridia. But I think I have to... Yeah. I have to grab this missile and stuff. Okay, so there's actually cat refill here. I do have to peek it. It's just too close. I can't not peek it. And I may do it as well, depending on where the map is. I'll come back to this. I'm gonna do Meridia first. So the reason why is it's unlikely because Bryn is really big, but it is possible that I could skip Bryn. It is possible. But it is not possible to skip Meridia because Meridia has crate. So if the map was close, I would just go grab the Bryn map and then make a decision from there. But because the map didn't look like super great, I'm doing this first. So this is also technically out of logic, which is kind of funny. Because I need wave or high jump. Or I guess, I don't even know, maybe ice is still in logic. We always joke about how ice puts this in logic. Skip Bryn. Powerbomb locked. Okay, I need a pause. Okay, that's just a tank. I was gonna say, I wasn't sure if that was gonna be like Billy Mays or something potential, but that looks like that's a space jump room. It was a water item room, so it's just a tank. I remember water being there, so I wasn't sure if it was like watering hole with an O, meaning that there could be like a powerbomb hidden behind there, but the answer is to go into Bryn here. So if I committed to just doing Bryn, that would have been, that's the winning play, or as in that's a time save. Because I can't do this right now anyway. Sabbath, good luck. Okay, this is pretty linear so far. There's nothing else I can do. I just have to go this way. So when we get power bombs, do we turn around and go to big pink? That's an interesting question, actually. I might have to. I think I have to go for the map, though. Too close to the map to not go for it. Have fun getting smoked by Nito. Shut up, Dataplet. How you doing? These are not sand pits. Or, they are sand pits, but these are not the item sand pits. The item sand pits are probably somewhere in Aqueduct then. So this is interesting. If I find power bombs, do I turn around and skip Bryn because of how far I am? Holy cow, it's the ship. This is really awkward. I need to get the map, which appears to be down there. So it looks like if I go right, it might continue onward, but the odds of it being over here are also as likely. So maybe there's an elevator down. I have to probably go this way. This is weird because like I chose to take the up door, but like I think I could go on a big path of, okay, path of divergence on people by not have taken the up door. So Turian was where I was originally. I don't think I have a save there, do I? Let me see. No, I don't. Okay. So I gotta walk this back. Now I could blind the stuff up here, which I think given how, if I had, wow, this is crazy. If I had the parlor save, this would have helped me. So these are just pits. I'm just going down because I don't know why I'm having fun. This might have just been straight up slower. I may have lost a lot of time already to people that just decided to go this way instead, right here, because this looks like it's how you get to the map. Yeah, seems like I should be losing time to people that took that door, which is like very reasonable. You're going right. The up door was just right in front of me, so. Yo, X-ray? It's time to cheat. Power bombs? Nope. You have to play seeds that are harder than hard to cheat properly. Wait, that doesn't even make sense. Okay. Do I want to extra climb this? No, that doesn't make sense. Because that's an elevator that leads up there anyway. Very well. Well, but wait, what? But that doesn't make sense at all. Right? Because by definition, if you play an easier difficulty, then you cheat harder, right? It's less cheating when you play harder. When you play harder difficulties, you're cheating less. Okay, I'm gonna go for the map first, because I'm gonna probably get out this way. When I told that that's a legit question. What was your legit question? I did not see it. Okay, there's a lot of stuff there. Wow, there's a freaking major over there. And it loops. Oh my god, and there's Norfair right there. Wait, this is trash. Oh, this is trash. Okay. Oh, a lot of questions coming in. Yeah, let's go with Darthilla. What determines if majors are really far away early to you go for them or you don't usually? There's not a good catch-all to say that, right? But basically, like you can kind of tell with your loadout, like, okay, I can do like almost everything in the game at this point, right? So then once you kind of feel like I can do like almost everything, then you really have to think about just skipping majors that are really far away, right? So it just kind of depends. Let's do that. Skipping stuff huge while speed isn't, hoping speed isn't needed. Yeah. Because if you, I have to peek this door. Like, if the only thing that's gonna really stop me from beating a game is a speed lock, right? Shoot. Let's do Norfair. So if the only thing is basically like here's the thing, right? If you're scared of speed locks, it means you're not playing to win. It means you're playing not to lose, right? And that is never my philosophy. Does that make sense? So like if the only thing that's really stopping you from beating a game is a speed lock, then you need to just take the L when a speed lock happens. You know what I mean? Like, because you win, you'll beat everyone else when there is a speed lock, but then you lose to everybody that said I'm gonna skip that. Does that make sense? It does, but you have to play for what is going to work the most often, right? Because basically, it's kind of like there are always just times in Rando where you just have to kind of roll the dice a little bit, right? Because like as human beings, we want it to be that like we have an option that makes sure that nothing bad can possibly happen, right? Because as human beings, we tend to be risk averse, right? But that can't stop you from making the best decision. Does that make sense? So a lot of people will over collect and grab majors because they're afraid of like a speed lock. But the fact of the matter is, like, then what all that means is you just lose to the people that don't do that. And then every once in a while, when there is a speed lock, you'll win. If even, you may not even, like, right? Depending on where speed is, like, who knows, right? Because speed could just show up later. How do I want to do this? It's awkward because this is a Norfair situation. So this is like another situation where I'm probably not collecting any of this stuff. The only thing that's making this weird is that location, that wreck ship location, which really, really sucks. Maybe I have to collect those majors. I'm gonna actually grab these X's. This is kind of a tough seed to play because the decisions are a little tricky. I don't know if going for the X's is best. This is not as clear cut as it seems. Yeah, I think Aussie is maybe gonna change something. We might drop a... I think there might have been some talk about dropping a Super 2. I think that's fine. Oats really pushed the narrative hard though. I don't mind the supers. If you went just O's, I think that's fine too. But the reason why is when we had just O's, you just never could go ammo. That's the problem. It was like kind of dumb. I can do this. Hi, silliness. I think I have to go to Wreck Ship here, unfortunately. In which case, I guess I have to grab these majors. I don't really want to grab these. And if I'm gonna grab these majors, maybe I shouldn't have gone on the sandpit. It feels like I'm doing a little too much now. But yeah, it's important to know that like, basically getting a bunch of majors when you already have like, let's say double suit, or even if you have like high jump spring and you don't have grav, but like, you know, you're kind of close to beating the game, right? Going out of your way for majors is a I'm scared to lose play, not I want to win. It's I'm scared to lose. That's probably the better way to put it, right? And that's not like a mentality that will foster long-term results. Thanks, Diz. These majors feel too slow. This just feels like over-collecting. I say that as I feel like I'm just massively over-collecting, but they're like close enough where I feel like I just have to get them. So basically, what kind of sucks is this feels just like an isolated wreck ship that might not have anything.
I'm stressing out a bit today, Eddie.
Am I stressing out? No, not at all. Why? What up, Didi? Eddie hates chat. Bro, you guys talk too fast. It's been 10 years and Eddie still hasn't fixed his loot box system. I haven't even been playing Super Metroid for that long. You know, the one thing that's interesting is I feel like people don't fully understand how hard it is to read chat when it's like this active. Eddie never reads my chats. I remember when my chat was smaller, I could read everyone's chats. I mean, even when my chat was smaller, I couldn't read everyone's chats. Because I get really focused on the game. I get locked in. You could just ignore everyone. True. Well, Oats is good at it. Oats is good at it, right? But he definitely doesn't read everyone's chat. Right? At the end of the day, you have to just kind of like you have to find time to like look over and read. And if you're focused on the game, then it's just impossible.
Can't believe Eddie Ricketts so Oats won.
Wait, what do you mean? Where did Oats win? Wow. Dude, this is like really bad. This is omega bad. Oh my god. Like no recourse. I guess I have to grab that major. I kind of have to grab this major because I actually only kind of picked up trash majors. So like this major is probably gonna speed me up, but it's 2 rooms away. Ice, speed, space, high jump, and I still have some games to play. Okay. That's booty. Good luck, Nito. Go crush that Eddie noob. This is the right chat, though, because this is where Nito is. What did I say about collecting the... oh. Nis was saying stuff about, like, when do you stop picking up majors and stuff like that, right? And he was saying, like... he would see people skip majors when, like, there was still, like, would be a speed lock, potentially, right? And basically, like, my mindset is... I'm picking up majors right now, even though...
How long did you spend last night on MB3? Also, Oats is on MB2. RN think he's gonna crash out on MB3 XD. He's already crashing out.
No, he's gonna be fine. MB3 is free. I didn't take too long. Oats also made it so it's easier for himself. He went and refilled his his resources. I'm not gonna give him crap for it. It's whatever. I'm not trying to give him crap for that. It's easier, but it's like, who cares, you know? Because at this point, like, our playthroughs are all different. Yeah, he has the acid, but I would take the refill and the glass broken over not having that. Does that make sense? But that's like it's I think we both don't really care to, like, we both do not care to, like, go into, like, oh, whose playthrough was harder right now, you know what I mean? Yeah, get owned. And then what I was saying about the thing is, if you can do like 99% of rooms, but then you collect the majors because you're concerned about a speed lock. Now, obviously, this all depends. If it's really close, then just go pick it up, right? But if you pick up a major that's like kind of far away because you're afraid of a speed lock, without like reason to believe that, and without like reason to think like you're going to be speed locked, then I was saying that that's not playing to win, that's playing to not lose. Which is a mindset that will not foster you to... which is gonna hinder you as a player, right? Just like in any game, like there's moments where, like, you know, you can do something that's like worse, but it's safer, quote unquote, right? But in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to win you more. Basically, like, some of it is gonna be like pride, right? Like, embarrassment if you get speed locked and, you know, you lose 10 minutes or something like that, right? Like, there's a lot of reasons why people are averse to that kind of stuff, right? But for me, I don't care. I just feel like I need to make the right move. And the reason why I have that mindset, it's not a normal mindset, I think. It's something you have to build. But I used to be a poker player, so it's just something I understand. So it's very natural for me, I guess. So I don't worry about the what ifs, right? I just think, like, what is the best play right now? Right? Sometimes there's a play where it's like, I will beat 40% of people, but I will get a consistent time. Versus, I will beat 90% of people, and then 10% of the time I lose the whole lobby, right? But if on average the 90% is gonna get me more race time points, right? then I will always do the one that's
So you think
scary.
you're gonna win today on the race, Eddie? Or are you afraid that you might lose first, then win 2 in a row? D?
Whoops. Sorry, one sec. You might lose, then win 2 in a row. Didi, is there a reason you're trying to like... I feel like you're trying to get me to say like, yes, I'm scared. I'm gonna poop my pants because of Nito. You've asked me if I was scared like 4 times already. I'm gonna poop my pants. No, I'm not scared. Guess we're in the room? No. Come on, man. Okay, how long have you been watching me? I'm excited for the race. I'm not gonna lie. I think you're gonna want to ask Nito if he's the one that's scared. Oh, this is potentially awkward. I should be fine, right? With ice. Nito knows no fear. Okay, so I gotta go to criteria. Looks like the game ends in criteria. Cool. I mean, I don't know if Nito's scared, but I don't want to speak for him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he would get nervous because he literally said he gets tournament nerves. Because I'm a Nito watcher, so I remember the things that he says, you know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I want to hug that man. I mean, everyone gets tournament nerves. I guess like I get nerves. Like when a match is getting ready, I definitely feel something different, right? But for me personally, when I really like that feeling. You know what I mean? A lot of people hate that feeling, but like I really like that feeling. The feeling of like, oh, like, you know, it's all on the line here kind of stuff, right? Like that makes me I feel like I really focus in that kind of situation because I really want to, like, you know, show what I'm capable of kind of thing, right? So like it actually being in that sort of environment, I know it's scary for a lot of people, but I enjoy it a lot. Yeah, yeah. Which I don't know if I would have expected that of myself, right? I don't know what it is. There's just something about that I really, I mean, a lot of people like it, right? But I feel like it does make me play better too, which, you know, I don't know if that's necessarily the case for everyone, but this map, this is Fantoon, right? I think it's Fantoon, Ridley, and Motherbrain all here. Oh. Yeah. When people talk about how they were racing and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm like shaking after that, it brings a smile to my face, you know? Should be Fantune. Sweet. No, it's just because you like make people suffer. It's cool to see people. What the? I don't know. Feel alive. You know what I mean? In relay, I'm gonna be honest, Dalton. Literally, just have fun. Literally, have fun. Right? Try your best and have fun. It's just a relay race. Yeah. You think you'd be a lot more scared if there's 10k on the line? I mean, I would definitely be more nervous, for sure. There's no way it wouldn't be, I think. I've never had 10k on, I mean, ask Cutie. Cutie's had like a lot of money on the line. Cutie's had 6k on the line. I would like to think that I would stay just as locked in with 10k on the line. Now, if there was $1 million on the line, or 100k on the line, I don't know. I've never been in that position. Really, Kitty? First actual opponent. Fair. Disrespecting everyone else, Cutie? That is what SM tournaments used to always be like, though. It's just kind of... It's just basically noob stomping. As bad as that might sound, you know, for any percent, it's like the skill level, and any percent, the amount of skill to luck is so vast that like that's just how it is. All right, GG relics. My route was pretty bad. I think I had basically the worst route. Where's the ship? So if I can get a second with this route, I'd be pretty happy. I've also won some money as a player. How much have I won? I've also won like 100. I think I won like 200 bucks ish. I think it was like, no, maybe it's like 150 bucks. I'm pretty sure I won like 90 and then I won like another amount. I forgot for which tournaments. The Rando tournament? Yeah, you're welcome, Cutie. Zost was asking me about attack stuff, which cracked me up.
bronze medal.
Boom. All right, GG. What's a clipboard? What route did I take? I did every zone. I tried to go to Meridia first, and then I got locked out by PBs because of Big Pink. And then I did Norfair, and then I did Wreck Ship, and then I finished at the top. So I had to do everything. I don't know if you got to skip anything. Did you get to skip Wreck Ship by any chance? I wonder if skipping Wreck Ship is good there. I also kind of picked up all the majors. So it was like, this is like a very like, I played it really safe. I also jumped the sandpit for the X's relics. They were both supers, but I don't know if I liked the way I played it was like really safe. Did you do Wreck Ship Relics, or did you decide to isolate it? I think skipping it could be a okay, decent, like an okay play. You skipped it? Yeah, that's reasonable, I think. So skipping Wreck Ship is sort of like the same idea as I think it's a little aggressive. If you get the majors, I feel like you do Wreck Ship. But if you don't get the major, I feel like if you get the majors, then it conflicts with not skipping Wreck Ship relics. Maybe that's how I feel a little bit. Like if you're skipping Wreck Ship, I feel like you skip the majors too. In my opinion. Yeah. Because then you're kind of going halfway, right? I feel like you're going halfway if you get the majors and then skip. But so the Wreck Ship skip there, I think Oats would freak out if you did that. But it's kind of the same idea as skipping Speed Booster. Like, or sorry, skipping majors when you don't have speed. It's kind of the same idea. Jeffy, thank you for all these gift subs. Dude, you're just like creeping in and gifting all these subs, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, Hefe and Alamaxio. Thank you, Jeffy. Huh? Who? Wreck Ship, I think it kind of sucked. While he's doing Mother Brain 2? I don't think he's going to look over until he's done with the fight. If it would make him screw up, then sure. But otherwise, no. Is there a sound alert for 5K for Oats? Does he have a 5K bit sound alert? If he did, then yeah. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm not trying to tell. Okay, hold on. I'm not trying to tell you to not give him money. Okay. You need a message from me? From me? Why? Just say it's from Eddie. Wait, will it read the TTS? Does he have TTS on? Say this is from Eddie. He says congratulations on completing Mother Brain 2. Do that only when he's like midway. So he has to make sure he hears it like during the fight. Okay. Am I doing one more race? What am I doing here? He's mid-attempt. Okay, let's see this.
I am jumping, dude. Oh my god.
I hope he didn't send money in right now.
It's just little things that are so annoying. Oh, dude, I don't understand what's going on.
Chad, I want to point something out. You know how I said I did that sequence really fast? Okay. I just want to point out that I did the Ridley sequence with one less E-tank, and I did it 3 times faster than Oates.
Jank.
Okay.
Jank.
I think it took him more than 3 hours, and it took me 1 hour.
I mean, blindfold.
And I said I was pretty sure that
like
nobody in the
tedious,
world would have done this
annoying.
sequence faster than me. I kind of genuinely felt that way.
Oh, there's a bomb chasing him? Oh, guys, I didn't see that bomb's there. Oh.
These are from Eddie. Wishing you GL you can do a beat to us just a
No. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna tell it to him while he's doing this, so he feels like he needs to do something else. But the Ridley stuff has already been done. That's what I want to point out. And he knows it, so he's not gonna bring that up if it ever comes up. Okay. Also, I was talking about this. Yo, Retrospector. Is Retrospector here? Bro, where's the Retrospector? Retrospector was just like hard gaslighting Oates. It was crazy. Wait, he said something? Wait, did I miss this? Oh, I totally missed this. Oh my god. Hold on, let's rewind.
I really appreciate that. You good?
do a beat to
Seen him? I mean, blindfolded, but this is more like tedious, annoying. Oh, there's a bomb chasing him? Oh, guys, I didn't see that bomb.
Jeffrey, thanks for the gift sub. Tell her Ravis.
These are from Eddie. Wishing you GL you can do a beat to us just a bomb. Also, don't blame me. It's Eddie's gift from me to you. Enjoy GLing, chef.
He's so locked in right now.
That just kill me. Yo, 5,000, Didi. Thank you very much. These are from Eddie, wishing you good luck.
Look
I
at
don't need Eddie's luck.
You
but I'll
see
take
his
those
face?
bits. No, thank you so much for the 5,000. I really appreciate that.
He had that moment where look at he had to process that for a second, and he's like,
Yo, 5,000, Didi. Thank you very much. These are from Eddie, wishing you good luck.
"Why you gotta sign like that? Good luck, bro."
I'm beg.
What's wrong? Why can't I just say good luck? God. Okay. Should I don't think I should race another. I could probably race another. Okay, should I play some Diddy Kong or should I just race? What should I do? he was so conflicted in that moment. I hope you will lose. Thanks, Lofter. I've got 2 hours. All right, one more race. Is there another race room open? If there's another race room open, I'll play one more. There is not another race room. Ralix, you trying to race or what? If Ralix is trying to race, I'll play another. I can't race. You know what? Hey chat, you want to know something that I'm kind of thinking about, like legit? I was wondering if I should submit this bomb hack for GDQ. Start the match now. I'd be down, but we can't really. Should I try playing the bomb hack and just trying to see how fast I could beat it if I go get plasma and stuff? I agree, Cutie. I think it would be. No, I was thinking about it too. The thing is, like, I'd have to actually like kind of route it out, so I'm not taking 7 hours to beat it. That's why I'm saying Dark Hour. That's why I'm saying I'd probably have to beat it. I'd probably like have to play. I'd probably do PKDR. PKDR. Actually, I'd probably do KPDR, huh? Maybe I'd have to do KPDR. Yeah, I'd probably do KPDR. Yeah, exactly. You don't need Spring. Spring would be a colossal waste of time. It takes so... Spring's behind Shaq Tool in the vanilla game. When are submissions? I think submissions are like tomorrow, aren't they? No, I think that... Okay, I don't know when the submissions are, but the games get announced tomorrow. Or the location gets announced tomorrow. Yeah, but I don't know. Do you know where Spring is in the vanilla game? I don't think you know where Spring is in the vanilla game. Spring is so slow in the vanilla game, it's never worth it ever. It's the fur that, yeah, it's so slow to get Spring. Yo, a lobby just opened? Did you open a lobby? Rambo percenter coward, yeah. Let's just start X-ray climbing in the bomb hack. I don't know if I'm gonna do another race. Okay, Rambo involves like a 7-room X-ray climb though, doesn't it in G4? If I were to submit the bomb thing for GDQ though, there's no low percent. I would just do whatever's fastest, right? That would definitely involve getting plasma. You're on a hitbox, your point is? Why does it matter if I'm on a hitbox? The point... Do you like watching 7-room X-ray climbs? Does X-ray freeze the bomb? That's a good question. I would, DD. So if I submitted it, I would... The thing is, DD, it wouldn't be hard. I just have to figure out... The only thing that would be weird is figuring out how to, what is that? The only thing that would be weird is figuring out what, like, the best bang for my buck is, right? How many tanks do I want to pick up, and then, like, what route do I take? Which is probably KPDR and, like, 6 tanks, is my guess. Nito, it does because I tried to pseudo through it and I think I tried to speed boost through it and I think I died. I think. I tried to pseudo screw it early on and it did not work. The question is what Samus frame it hit. What does that mean? Samus frame. I expect to see a taco tank with bomb chasing you, yeah? Oat says not, so nobody say that to him. I think he'll be a little bit annoyed by it. I'm gonna be honest. Me being the first one to do that was a little mentally taxing. Because I did not know if I could do that with my loadout. I didn't know. But I had to try, right? Because what option do I have? I have to reset my save file. Because I can't leave Turian. Yeah, Lopter. Well, I mean, that happened to me, Lopter. Wily Ridley. Cutie, have you seen Super Metroid But I Hate You? The hack? The final boss is Ridley and Dr. Wily's, like, thing. Yeah, it's a custom boss. And it's a vanilla game all the way till the end, and then Missy brought that boss back. It's actually a really sick boss. The boss is really cool. That's probably why Misty brought it back. The game is like pretty vanilla up until that point. It's like there's like almost no changes. There's just some quality of life changes for like saves and stuff. Okay. I'm gonna play some Diddy Kong Racing or something while I chill. Or do you guys have another suggestion? Is there something else I should play? Maybe I should just play the bomb hack and play KPDR. Maybe I should do that. I got a sick insane seed for you. I ain't playing something like that. I probably shouldn't play something SM related until I got there. Teach you Dragon X Vectors? Why do you want to learn Dragon X Vector? Legit. Because you're not doing any percent, are you? Because it's not really that important in Rando. You want to do any percent. Oh. Okay. You want me to show you? I'll show you right now. Double bomb jump? Yeah, I can kind of give you a brief. I won't go into too much detail for something like that because basically double bomb jumps are just really hard. I think the important thing about learning stuff like that is it basically comes down to it being really hard. It's not as easy as people think. Yeah. Cutie, I don't agree with that. I don't think people should learn the boomer version. I don't agree with it. If the reason why is because there's a reason why like a lot of people switch to X Factor or to some form of rain dance, right? Because even top runners decided I don't want to lose another run like this. You're not the only one. Rhea, although she doesn't really play anymore. Or I haven't seen her play in a while. Charles actually just switched because I kind of taught him the other one. Okay, let me start with Lopter. Lopter, are you here? You trying to learn? I think there are some other people. If you're talking about top level players though, then yeah. Okay. All right, here you go. Whoa! I pressed the N button. Tracker! I wanted to see if that would work again. Okay, so, Lopter. This is the one that I do. It's basically behemoths, but slightly different. Okay? And then, I'll have you know, I showed this to Oates a while ago. And he does it how I do it. I showed it to Emmett. He does it like how I do it. I showed it to Charles. He just switched over. I looked at how Behemoth does it. He does it a little bit different. But I'll show you the way that I do it. And I like the way that I do it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the way that Zost and Zenny do it is they have a setup involving like this, and then they fall, right? Like something like this, right? And I originally really liked that idea until I realized after you store the spark and run this way, there's some subtlety. Like you kind of have to almost like stutter here. And the moment I found out about that, I didn't like it anymore. If Zenny's tutorial doesn't, is this an old tutorial? Is this the PRK tutorial from like 2018 or something? Yeah, that's an old tutorial. I wouldn't do that. That's the one that Cutie's talking about, the boomer one. There's a reason why top players have all switched to some form of rain dance, even though it probably causes some lag frames. Yeah. I mean, you could just go to Zenny's YouTube and probably find a more updated one. Okay, so here, Lopter, let me show you. You're on this left side, right? And you see these guys flying off the map? Technically, you could just like be over here and it's fine, right? Because it's just your visual cue, right? This is just the easy visual cue. Right when they go off screen, so right when this last guy goes, whoop, right? Boop. right? You hold shot and you run right. Okay. Okay. Now you let this cross 3 times, and at any point you can actually do this. It's fine. Okay. So turn 1. It's okay. 2, 3. 2. Or is this 1, 2? Yeah. Okay. So I already crossed once. 2. So turn 2, 3. You want to see 2550 or 2700? Okay. So already cross once, 2, 3. Then you do a tap, 2 taps, okay? You need to turn on Shine Tune here. If you cannot get this 2 tap consistently, turn Shine Tune on, figure out where to tap. For me, it's right here, and then like right here. But there's lag, so don't go with your gut. Use Shine Tune and figure it out for yourself. Okay? Okay, so once you store the spark, what I do is I run past this crab. So I am somewhere from like here to here. Somewhere between this crab and the spike. But basically I'm trying to get like directly past the crab, okay? So like right there. Okay. Now this is important. Sometimes these X factors will be slightly deformed a little bit. It'll be okay as long as you ran to the right and then you ran to the left, ran to the right. You didn't do any weird like, you know, like you like accidentally like did that. Those X factors will be fine. Now from here, what you want to do is stare at the X factor. And once it reaches the peak, like there, then jump right. You're going to feel like you have no time at first, and you're going to compensate by jumping early like this, okay? You might compensate and jump early. That's gonna make your X factors warp and whiff. You'll see that. You'll probably like try to whiff, and then things will hit. I mean, sometimes it works, right? Wait till it kind of gets the peak, and then jump. And if you fail like this every once in a while by going too late, it's better to fail late at the start than fail early, because everybody fails by jumping early. Like everyone does this, and then those X factors all whiff, because you need them to hit the top right so that they converge properly on the belly. If you go early, then like if you jump the gun early, then those top X factors are gonna collide with the neck or the face. Because you see how they're like some are hitting down here and then the rest are hitting the top. See that? So if you go early, which a lot of people do, the top ones will collide with the face. Okay? Alright, so once you see the X factors get to basically the peak, do a spin jump right, don't hold dash, spin jump to the right, and you do a 7 motion. 6, 7, haha, right? You do a 7 motion. So jump to the right, and then doof. Okay. And see how I'm waiting for it to hit the peak? I need it to hit the peak, because if you go as it's reaching the peak, then you're gonna have some issues. See? 3,000? It's because 3,000 is because some of them missed. So let it hit the peak, 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 then go. So at the start of the descent, basically, yeah. You don't want it to be like descending necessarily, but that can also work. But it's important that you don't like go while it's still going up. Okay. You'll eventually get better at the spark, but basically you gotta spark through her eyeball. So see how that's early? And see how if that's not early. See how it converges perfectly? Like, look at where the particles, when I go early, watch where the particles go and see how risky it is. See how some of them missed? But watch when I go at the descent, basically. They all perfectly converge on the belly. So here, you can kind of take your time, okay? So try to do like a 7 motion. I like to press left and then initiate. So jump left up. Jump left up. Jump left up. Jump left up. Now you have to let go. So you don't want to do this. You don't want to be holding jump. So once you jump, I like look at my input viewer. It's like I'm almost like playing like a fighting game, right? I go boop, put it up. Jump right, let go of jump, left up, left jump. Left up, left jump. Left up, left jump. Let go jump, left up, left jump. Okay. Okay, so let's say now practice. Once you get this down, you're pretty good at getting 2550 or 2700. The extra 150 will come just based off of like the spark frames, right? From here, this is what typically what people will do. You'll store the charge, shoot the charge, right? And so if you're charging and then you drop, right? You want to shoot, then run off the cliff. What this will do is if Dragon does a swoop, it'll hit her on the frame she's coming in. The timing works out nicely. Where once the charge gets loose, as long as he actually swoops. See how it hit her? Right? So this is where you have a flow chart, right? You shoot this. If you do not see it hit, you have to go immediately. You have to start short charging immediately. Okay? That's the hardest pattern. You have to react to that. If you don't react to it and you try to just guess, then you're gonna lose. Okay? So that's the goop pattern. So you shoot, right? You notice that doesn't hit. You immediately start short charging to the right. You do a 2-tap, right? What I like to do when I have missiles is I like to have my missiles out and I'll actually shoot a missile along the way. This does 2 things. If you get a goop, if she shoots a goop that is in a really bad angle, she can actually tag you along the way down. Every once in a while that'll happen and it's just a scam, but this will mitigate some of it. If you can get a shot like that, it'll do 2 things. First, if it doesn't mitigate a goop, then all you do, you just have to shoot like 4 more and then spark, right? But if it does mitigate a goop, that saves a run. You can super and it's easier, but in any percent, we try to conserve supers. So you could do, and I was teaching this to like Harley. I said just do 2 supers and two missiles and a super. But if you're getting hardcore about it, you're gonna want to do 5 missiles. Okay. That's the last pattern. This is technically the slowest pattern, but let's say you do this. You store the spark. You anticipate, you don't spark, then you walk over basically. You walk over, chill for a second, and in the last moments, you jump above this crab, and you spark. And that opener is just hard. You have to react. Okay, so swoop goop. basically, if you get the perfect opener, then 5 missiles and a second spark will do it. If your opener sucks, like you could tell that you missed a few particles because you see the collision, or you see that her belly is like not red, then shoot like fit in like 2 or 3 more supers at some point. If you miss the quick kill, do you back up just with missiles and miss out on the blue suit? The blue suit should, in theory, just be a nice... It should just be nice. But if you get really good at spike suit, you should be able to just get it without blue suit, right? So the blue suit is just nice. It shouldn't actually be that big of a deal because you don't really want to be doing more than like 2 attempts of spike suit anyway. I don't like blue suit at all in the speedrun. I find it to be... I just go for spike suit or bust. I just think blue suit is like... There's nothing long-term that's gonna help you with that. Like, you might save short-term time in the period, but I don't really see the point of keeping a blue suit for, like if you're doing KPDR. I don't know what you're doing, Lopter, but yeah. Keybind to make spike suit? You basically have to just press jump. So once you're unmorphing, once you take a spike hit, DD, you have to press jump twice in a 10 frames apart. So that. And you have to do it right when you touch the spikes. So, like, technically you would have to, I've seen Lynx do, I hate the way that Lynx does it, but I've seen him go like, right? I hate that because he's timing the first part, right? So I go up against this so that I can press right and jump at the same time. Does that make sense? Because you're up against it, you press... Right? That's how I do it. So if you miss a spike suit, you don't keep the blue suit for a full halfie. I don't think so. No, I don't think you do. I think you can, but I don't think anyone does. Yeah. But I don't think anyone really does that. What is a spike suit? A spike suit is a glitch state where you're effectively in this state permanently. So that state, you're in it permanently. You're not actually flashing, right? So this is a spike suit. I have the spike suit now. I am in that. But I'm not actually flashing or making noise, but I am permanently in this state. Meaning if you accidentally press jump, which is extremely easy to do in this game, or if I press up by accident, it'll trigger the spark. I do double jump press. I think it's always easier to do a double jump press. However, if you have spring ball, you don't have a choice. Yep. R triggers it. I also prefer up. The up and stuff is literally just personal preference for people. It's literally personal preference. People that do one find the other very weird. And then there are people that have switched from up to angle and found that more comfortable, and people that press angle and then up to be more comfortable. For me, I always press up. Blue suit you bomb jump outs for. I'm assuming you've seen the world records and stuff, right? Yeah, I don't grab jump out. Grab jumping out is... Because you have to pause. It changes a few things because you have to also start playing... If you grab jump out, that means you equip ice on the escape, and now you have to change all your strats too. So... It's funny, right? Because there's strats that change up. You have to actually learn new strats to work with that. And I don't think people generally do that. Not with blue suit. We're talking about blue suit. Can't run. Yeah. So if you've ever watched the world record Lofter, you'll see that they actually keep blue suit. Because spike suit, obviously, you just kill your run if you miss this, right? If you get the bad frame, you kill your run, right? So what top runners will do with blue suit is they skip the Dragon drops. They bomb jump to the top. Because if you think about it, the point of which you have to use your blue suit, right? And spike suit, it's all vertical movement, right? So you actually barely lose time. You store it here and you go. So if you actually bomb jump out, you save, you actually don't lose time. It's barely any time. And the bomb jump should, in theory, be way more consistent and less problematic than a spike suit. Yo, Jeffy, thanks for the gift up to Shibiko. Difference between blue suit and spike suit? Yeah, so spike suit, once again, is you can run around, you can do everything. You are basically in this state permanently. You're in this state. So you can run around, do everything, right? You're in that state permanently. What a blue suit is, you're in a glitch state, like a totally glitch state, where the properties are just different. You're in this state. And this, you don't really have like iframes. If you walk into enemies, you just kill them because it's the same as when you're speed boosting through people. The problem is, if you press run, if you run for even a second, boop, it's gone. So it's funny because you can't actually get up here easily. Because normally, if you have spike suit, you just run and jump up here. But because you can't run with blue suit, the only way to really get up there in a meaningfully quick way is to bomb jump up here. So top level runners, after killing Dre, will bomb jump. This should be a short. Will actually bomb jump because getting a spike suit is like, it can kill your run. If you screw it up, your run is dead at the highest level, right? So basically, what top level runners would do is they'll bomb jump up here, which is hard. You have to double bomb jump or you lose time. So you have to get good at double bomb jump, which not many people are, right? So then from here, you have your blue suit, you walk through the door, jump up to there. And then from here, what you can do with blue suit, the main thing about blue suit is when you have it, if you press down, you can spark. And if you let it run out, you still have your blue suit. The moment you spark, you lose it all, right? So basically, you have blue suit. You get to the top, all right? And then you store it here. And then you spark. So technically it's a little slower because at the top, instead of going, you do have to like store it for a second. And you're not running and jumping in the first few jumps over here. So it's like half a second slower at most, but it's not much. Yo, Mexiels! Second favorite spitter, thank you. Who's your first? Blue suit is easier to move around. It is, because all you have to do is not touch sand and not touch run. However, it's very slow because you're literally walking. That's the problem. That's why in dashless, blue suit is OP. Because you can't dash in in dashless. Yeah. Okay, so Swar, let me explain bomb jumps, okay? I always break this down for people. Okay, I think if you're gonna learn double IBJ, you need to understand why it's hard. It's very important to understand why it's hard. Okay, so you could listen to my rhythm, and you might have some success, but it will not work for you in the long term. And I know Swar, you're a music person, right? So a lot of people, when they try to learn double IBJ, by the way, if you listen to the Lower Norfair theme, I used to give Oates crap for that. Then I closed my eyes and I pressed it and it actually worked. However, I don't think that's a good way to learn either. My opinion, I don't think that's a good way to learn it. Okay? It worked. I actually turned it on, cutie. I decided to test it one day. I turned it on, I closed my eyes, and I did it to the beat. Duh, 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 right? And then I saw that I was like in the sky. So it clearly works to some extent. However, that is not a good way to approach it. I don't know the best way to explain all this, but basically if you learn it that way, that's a crutch. That's the best way. Yeah, Lopter, did you do that because I talked about this? Okay, so the first thing you gotta do, right? Let's go to the ship. Now here's what I'm gonna say. No matter what, even if I explain this to you, here's what I'm gonna say, okay? It's really freaking hard, okay? It's really hard. So like, even if I explain this to you, you may not be able to do it. When I do my first jumps, I literally look at the background. That might not be the thing that you want to hear, right? But I basically will like, I have a general idea of where to plant it, right? And then I adjust based off the background. So when I miss the first one, I adjust based on the background. So this one, if you're in a standing position and you jump, it's gonna be in the middle. You see the background? It's gonna be in the middle. So if you ever get in this point, this happens in Map Rando, right? Lay the first bomb in the middle. Okay? Have a visual cue. So if you're like too early, right? Then adjust it. And then adjust using the background. Like, don't feel ashamed to do that. Yeah. Now, when you have high jump, things will change. And if you do a crouch jump, it'll have to be a little bit higher. So this is a standing jump, it would be in the middle. And then a crouch jump, it would be just underneath that line, a little bit higher. It'll be 8 pixels higher. Okay? Now here's what I'm gonna say. I do 3. And I do 3 because it's a rhythm thing. Because you can go dut 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 dut, but I have ADHD, and if I'm doing something like that's just harder on me than to go like. So when I do 3 bombs, I'm not doing anything. The first bomb that I do is purely for my own rhythm, essentially. So don't feel like you have to do this 3rd bomb. Like watch this. I do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The way that I do them, if you do it slower at the pace of like the lower Norfair theme, technically the first bomb can save your bomb jump, but I don't do it that way. Okay? So I could do it with just 1, 2. So watch, I'll show you. 1, 2. Oops. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. But I just find it easier to like rhythmically kind of go like. The first bomb just helps me. It just makes me more comfortable. Okay. Next hills. Okay, so here's what matters, okay? You have to think of the bombs as 2s. It's always sets of 2s, okay? I press 3, and that might be confusing if you try to replicate it, but it's always sets of 2s, okay? And depending on those sets of 2s, right, everyone's rhythm is a little bit different. So, like, watch this. I'm gonna try to do it fast, okay? That's fine. You see how that's like faster? 1, 2. Sorry. I'm trying to go like really, really fast. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. It's like a very fast 1, 2. Now here's how I normally do it. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then you can do this a lot slower. So you can go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's so slow that it's like throwing me off. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is like how Lynx does it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's how Oats does it. That's how Lynx does it. They do it slower. They actually are slower than some other people. Zos does it pretty quickly. Zos's double IBJ is faster than Oats and Lynx's double IBJ because Lynx and Oats do it the 1-2 at a slower pace. Okay? So you should be able to, as long as you understand that they're in pairs of 2s, do one that's comfortable for you. There is an optimal one. There is what some are, the way that Lynx and Oats do it are a little bit slower than the way that Zos does it, okay? Zos's 1-2 is faster, but faster is not always better. There is definitely a, like that is close to optimal, I think, okay? Now, okay, so now that we know there are sets of 2s, right? Bomb 1 is the hard one. Bomb 2 is free. Because you know how I'm saying you can do the 1-2, fast or slow? If you think about it, that means the range of the second bomb can vary heavily, right? Look at that. 1-2, watch. Boom, boom. 1-2, see, it works, right? Or I can go 1-2. The second bomb is free. The second bomb is easy. The first bomb is a very small window. It's like a 2-frame window. And that's why people struggle with it, because if you do regular IBJ, the window is 9 frames. This window is gigantic. You could lay it really low. You could lay it really late, like underneath the bomb. You can actually go, you could descent by laying it so late. Or you could lay it like way higher. See, right? The window is free. It's free. That's why single IBJ is easy. But when you try to go and lay the first bomb, if you do sets of 2s, the first bomb on the second one, the window is very small. That's why I tell people don't do double IBJ. Okay. Now, if you want to get good at double IBJ, first of all, you need to make sure that you don't have a really crappy laggy setup. Okay? You cannot have a crappy laggy setup on a 15-year-old machine with 3 frames of input lag. If you do, then good luck. Do it off of feeling, right? If you've ever watched us do something like HBJ, right? If you see this bomb that you lit, this is the second bomb, right? So bomb 1, 2, 3, right? 2, 3, right? See that second bomb that I laid, right? That bomb right here, right? I don't know if you guys can see this, but if you look at Samus, we're gonna go down here so the camera doesn't move, okay? The camera's gonna move. Okay, well, anyway. Do you see how the bomb goes? You see how it speeds up at the very end? You see how there's a moment where it goes, shh, it flashes faster, right? You see how it goes? Can you guys see it? You guys see that, right? You guys all see it, right? That's your cue on when to lay the bomb. Now, if you have a lot of input lag, you might not be able to react to it. So that's why it's important to have like a decent setup. Okay. Yo, Dark Knight, thank you for the 5 gifted. So, when we do HBJ, if you've watched the speed run, we do this trick, right? Where we get across the thing, right? When we lay this first bomb right here, you've probably seen a lot of people do this, and then they don't get propelled, right? It's because we laid it like early. Right? The cue that we use is when the bomb flashes. When you lay the bomb when the bomb flashes, then you're good. So I can kind of tell when I lay it early. Right? I can tell when I'm laying it early. So if I laid it early, I know to bail. I know not to like tap right here. I just like, I get ready for the next bomb set. Okay? So that is the same concept you use for double IBJ. So 1, 2, right? Remember, 1, 2. The second bomb, the second bomb is always free. It's always the first bomb that you have to focus on. 1, 2, whatever. Your rhythm. 1, 2, whatever, right? 1, 2. I did it slow. It doesn't matter, right? What you need to look at is look at bomb 2 and then stare at it. And when you see it go, that's when you lay bomb 1 again. And then you do 1, 2 again. Okay? 1, so watch. Right? That's when you have to do it. And remember, the window is really small. So that's why I don't tell people to do this unless they're willing to put the time into it, because the timing of this bomb right here, 1, 2, right? The timing of the bomb 1 is only like 2 or 3 frames in. It's like 2 frames usually. I think it's literally almost like usually 2 frames. It might be 3 sometimes, but it's usually 2 frames. So just think, if you're coming a long way, right? You're having to nail a 2-frame window on repeat. And that just comes with practice. Yeah. Mother Brain 3 is fine. He's gonna be free. Is there a guide for improving the setup? How do I do that? If you're on emulator, go on the Super Metroid speedrun Wikipedia, the speedrun wiki. I feel like that site always gets de-indexed, right? But if you go, there's an emulator page. Like if you have RetroArch, there's like things you could do. I would recommend BeastNest if you have a computer that can handle it. Like basically any sort of modern computer. Any like not really old potato. BeastNest is what I would recommend. It's gonna have the least amount of input lag. Yeah. The half street on the practice hack, you're right, yeah. Is there any point? Yeah, absolutely there's a point. It's just a matter of if you're willing to do it. If you guys want to learn how to do the this diagonal IBJ, this is actually not hard. I know that sounds crazy, but it's not hard. It looks crazy, right? It's just unintuitive. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say it's not hard, but it's not as hard as it looks. Is he gonna die? I kind of want to pop his stream open now. Wait, hold on. No, that's actually just how it is. So if you do any sort of IBJ, the first 2 bombs are weird. I basically do 2 bombs, right? For me, my first bomb is I use the visual cue, right? And then my second bomb is like on top of the first bomb. Usually. Visually, it's gonna throw you off. And then every subsequent bomb from 3 and 4, I lay it slightly above the previous one. I don't do a rhythm. I do not rhythmically do this. I look at the previous bomb and I just lay it like on top of the other one. So I'm not doing like any metronome. I just lay it higher. Now, if you don't want to cut it too, like you can cut it close, like a little bit higher like that, but like there's a point where you don't want to like throw it away, right? So, yeah.
First creation from Super Metroid, but I Hate You, which was excellently done. It was amazing. So he said, you know what, we'll do this again. Why not?
He's got the Wily fight. Yeah, I will, DD. I will actually do it eventually.
Nice.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree because I basically broke down the bomb jump and tried to figure out why it was so hard, because there's nobody talking about how to do a double IB. The only resource we have on a double IBJ is Oats talking about the LN theme. But that wasn't good enough for me, because it's like if it was that easy, I wouldn't have trouble with it, right? So I broke it down and I looked into it. And I think there's some subtleties that are important. It's important to understand that, think of them as sets of 2s and know that the first 1 and 2, bomb 2 is up to you. The timing of bomb 2 relevant to bomb 1 is up to you. But when you go back to bomb 1, you need to stare at bomb 2. You need to stare at bomb 2. And if you do it based off a metronome, that is going to be a crutch in the long term. Because you're trying to hack a way to do it without understanding why. So if your rhythm is off for the day, you're gonna fail it the entire day. Because you don't know your rhythm is off and you can't fix your rhythm. And because you don't know how it works, if your rhythm is off, you're done. You're dead for the day. Straight BPM works, Simo. It does. I said it didn't, and I looked into it. It does. There is a BPM that works. Like, there is a BPM that works if you're TAS, but human beings are not perfect, right? I've had I think someone talked about how they set it in a specific BPM and it actually got to the ceiling. And then people were saying they were trying to do it themselves and they couldn't do it. Jacchio, I think it can depend. I think it might change a little bit depending on where you lay these bombs. Like if you do it like slow like that, I think the window might be bigger. So if you do it like that, it's so slow that it's like throwing me off. If you do it like this, it might be. That's how Lynx does it. That's kind of how Oats does it too. They do it slow. The window might be a little bit bigger, but it's also just slower. So if you do like 1 2 1 2 1 2, but I go 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 because this is actually fastest. Now, it's fine. Whatever's consistent, but I was able to do it like that. I can do this consistently, so. Yeah, EB. Yeah. If I'm doing HBJ and I get the second bomb pling, but Samus whip back. Yeah, okay. Let me show you HBJ. So let me show you guys. This should be a short. HBJ should be a short itself. I should literally make a short about HBJ. That might be my next short. Okay. So. Just do this. Easy. Okay. I'm gonna guess this is what's happening to you, Horse Girl. Is that happening to you? When you lay this bomb and you come back here, so right at this moment, you need to tap right. You need to be facing right. If you're facing left, so if you are facing left, this is actually better with a sprite. If I had a sprite, it would be easier to explain, right? You will never get it. Yo, thank you, Kaze. Right here, you have to tap right. Right. Because you need to be facing right as you get propelled. Otherwise, you'll do a little jitter. It's the same jitter as like the IBJ, basically, like the HIBJ. Yes, if you go straight up, then for the most part, it usually means that you laid that on frame 19. This timing is important. It has to be later than you think. The frame window for that bomb is like 3 frames. HBJ is like several 2-3 frame inputs. It's like multiple 2 frame inputs. So HBJ is hard. It's really hard. Yep. The shot timer is something I came up with a while ago. Now everyone preaches about it. So I looked at you want 52 to 59 for this one. See. So 59, 52 to 59, I believe. And then the second one, you want to see 20 to 22. So 18 is like too early. 21. 53, 52. 22 in this case was a little bit slow. This should work. 21 or 20 is like the best window. And just depending on positioning and stuff, like 19 can sometimes work, but usually 19 propels you upwards. That won't work. 51, if you do 51, you'll fall. 52 is the latest. So if you see 51, it's over. So 52 in this case was too late. That, I just got the boomerang. I keep boomerang this. 51, so I didn't make it. It does change QD, but I tested it pretty extensively. It changes, but for the most part, you can say that 20 and 20 frames 20 and 21 are good for bomb 3. Yeah. So basically, if that is frame, the 19 is typically in your finger right. If you have 20 and 21, bomb 3 in most cases will work, right? Like it will probably work 90% of the time. There may be some extenuating circumstances, but yeah. Frames 20 and 21 on that third bomb are key. And there's basically, you know, frames 52 to 59, I think, right? Oh, it's probably frames 52 to 57, actually. Yeah, and that's always the key. You have to tap right here. If you don't tap right here, it's over. So that one I got on 22. If you don't tap right, you will never make it. That's actually not true. By the way, cutie. There is a way to make it when you don't tap right, but the window is like a 1 frame or 2 frame window, I think. Because Gameaholic was doing this, and I told him to turn on the shot timer. And obviously, when he first was trying to do it, his timing is way off. But there is a funny window where there's a very specific moment where the bomb will seriously launch you to the right, which is really funny. So you can technically be facing left. I forgot how he did it. It was so funny. Let me see if I can replicate it. I think it was like really late. Yeah, like that, like that. So if you lay this third bomb like excruciatingly late, I think frame 29. Okay, it's something like that. You can, maybe it's even later. You can actually make it, but that's like so not right. Okay. I wonder how long he's gonna be on this boss. Okay, so I have an hour and 30 minutes. Okay, does anyone want to know any more SM stuff? I could keep talking about SM stuff. Otherwise, I'll play some Diddy Kong Racing for an hour. I guess HBJ should be my next short. HBJ should probably be a long video, actually. I should probably make that a long video, because there's a lot to talk about with that. No quick mappy for Seed Bleed? No. Diddy Kong Racing should get me in the race mood? Yeah. I should combine it with CWJ. I already coached you at 90%. Is there something else you want to learn? It is tap right, yeah. It is the secret sauce. If you're on a hitbox horse girl, you may get this, see this? The one frame tap. What can I do? See that? I hate it when I do that. Boom. Easier to, it's a lot easier to do this on hitbox by accident. So on hitbox, I actually use one finger. So I go right, left. Because when I have two, it's kind of easier to accidentally do a one frame tap. But even on controller, I've done that a few times. It's annoying. I think it's just the way that my finger moves. When you said horse girl, I immediately thought of Uma Musume. God, I keep loving to talk about this subject. But before Uma Musume became a thing in America, I was in Japan 2 years ago. And I saw it everywhere on the TVs. It was like on all the TVs and screens. And so when I saw Horse Girl, I said like, yo, isn't that some kind of like anime thing? And everyone just thought I was like a freak. And then like 6 months later, it comes out in the US. And now suddenly it's like, oh, of course, Eddie, obviously. That's what I would think. But I saw it in Japan because I visited Japan years before it came out here. And I was just like, whoa, that's the craziest thing. I just saw like horse girls running on the TV. And I was like, what the heck is that, right? So when I saw Horse Girl Esports 69, because it was like on the TVs, right? I'm like, hey, is that some like reference to like some anime in Japan or something? Some anime? And I'm like, is that not what everyone else thinks? And everyone just said like, no, you're weird, dude. It's clearly about like a girl on a farm that likes horses. And I'm like, that is not what I was thinking. And then it comes out and now everyone thinks that. And so I have to endure the embarrassment of looking like stupid for no reason. I didn't like it. I just thought that's what the reference was. I didn't realize like it was like something that was only in Japan at the time. You don't like gachas? Dude, I learned something from Spoon the other day, like a few weeks ago. That's crazy. I always would stand up and then just do a backward jump, right? But then Spoon pointed out if you hold right and then you unmorph, you kind of like unmorph standing, and that kind of blew my mind. Yeah. I always just, you know, I just did up, left. It's not a big deal, but you know. But I'm definitely switching over to this. Cutie, you and I are the only ones that will do this little jump. Actually, I think Drewski is doing it now. Dude, I feel like Oats is gonna be on this for a while. Okay. Does anyone want to see anything SM related? Or else I'm just gonna flip Diddy Kong Racing on.
No, no, no. Wrong way.
How did Oats just soft lock? Can you explain it, tech? What? Regular controller, same as Cutie actually. Basically, it's my hitbox layout, right? Except I swap dash and item select. So for me, dash is X, A is item select, B is jump, Y is shot. And then I swap the angles. So angle up is this left button. So angle up is left. I swap them. And the way that I hold my controller is like this. So basically the idea is if I want to shoot and jump, I just, you know, it's easy. Shoot, jump, like a NES controller. Shoot, jump, right? Shoot, jump. Shoot, jump, right? And then if I have the item select, boop. But basically my finger here rests here like 90% of the game. I'm just chilling right here, like this. And I just play the game like this. If I have to hit angle, I'll swing this over. Cutie does this better than I do. I think this is really hard, but I do it if I have to. Well, I think dash on A is better if your finger can do it. I just think this is way worse than this. I was doing this originally because I wanted item select to be by shot because I think that's important. But this is too much. Zenny does this. Zenny has dash on A. But I was just like, this hurts. This is terrible. Everyone goes to the edge before fighting. Yeah, let me show you why. If you do Kraid, if you fight Kraid, right? You've probably seen this. You've probably seen this if people have bombs, or they use a power bomb, or you'll see people do this before or do that, right? And the reason why is because to get the 2 missile 3 super setup, it doesn't work unless you're on specific pixels. And these are just, so they remember the pixel. And obviously the closer you are, the faster he dies, right? So you could do it back here. But yeah, but watch. If I try to do this, boom, boom. See how it hit? Now watch if I'm on our arbitrary location. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. That's why. Now, it doesn't matter where you stand if you do like this method with the 4 supers. Because it doesn't matter then, right? But you'll probably see something like, you've probably seen me do something like this too. Where I like take damage, right? Because if this little setup right here lands me on the right spot. That's why. You probably see us stand in a specific location. Yep. But there's some positions like around here that work as well, but obviously like the closer you are to Kraid, the faster he dies, right? So it's just faster to be closer. I think so, yeah. So here's an interesting cutie. It's really easy to do it's easy to do 6+1, but 9 is hard because there's a moment where there's too many projectiles on the screen. So the last missile tends to phase through. Like that last missile whiffed. So your last missile has to be like staggered. Almost. But usually if I'm trying to save supers in Rando, I'll do 6+1. I don't go for 9 because it's inconsistent. Click it. Jumping from the bottom of a fish tank to the top suitless. You seem to bonk on the way up. Yeah, you gotta do a little wiggle. I don't think you have to do a wiggle necessarily. It depends on how much speed you have. Let's get this room layout. Let's mess with this room layout here. Okay. Fish tank. Okay, and this will do criteria. Landing site. Yes, it can be. It can actually be in a hard tricky with just speed booster, which, wait, maybe they changed that recently, which is like really toxic IMO. But let's say for the most part you have like high jump and speed booster, right? I think if you just bottom frame this, you should be able to just make it. Yeah. So this is the like last. See how like you could see Samus's foot is sticking out the very bottom. So that'll bonk. This probably bonks. Yeah. Right there, this won't bonk. Now that being said, if you don't get a last frame, right? Like let's say it's early, so this is gonna bonk normally, right? Right, watch, bonk, right? What you do is you hold down and tap left. This is how most people do it. You probably have seen people hold down here. So you're holding down, and then once you enter the room, you tap left. So the reason why is you can see right here. Samus can't bonk while she's turning. So it's kind of funny how it works, right? So you'll probably see that. You see how I get like sucked into the door? That's the idea. I guess technically you don't have to press down, but down is probably going to be a little bit better because if you hold down, it should shrink your hitbox a little bit. Yeah. But see how Samus won't bonk, and if she's not bonking, she's not going to bonk and lose her momentum, right? Because normally when you bonk, you lose all your vertical momentum, right? But because the game has to wait for her to finish turning, right? It actually doesn't calculate the bonk losing all your speed. That's why you've probably seen people do stuff like this, particularly when going down. You've probably seen people take down doors, right? I'm sure you've seen people do this as they're falling down, right? You've probably seen like you've probably seen people do this, right? So they can fall faster by preserving their fall speed. Oh yeah, absolutely. So you'll see right here, Shibiko, like, well, there's a bug in this practice hack that I don't know why this happens. Now my game music's gonna be on, right? I hate this. See? It's cool, right? That's why sometimes, depending on certain room configurations, you can do some crazy things. gonna try to get. That's probably logic from somewhere. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's logic in, like, expert. Although, at the same time, if you could do that, then you would just get on here and... Well, there could be a world where you have to do that straight up, actually. That could be a logical thing that maybe comes up in expert. Alright, any other questions before I play some Diddy Kong Racing? Now's your chance. You have your chance right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna play some casual games. How do you know from Ridley when to let him grab you? It's not, sometimes it's all the time. Ridley doesn't die until he attempts to grab you 10 times and then gets so pissed off that he dies. Basically, here's how I would typically do it, right? If you're playing Rando, right? I know that 15 supers, when he turns red, he's at the halfway point, right? So what I typically do is I'll save 15 supers, and then I'll wait for him to turn red, right? So I'll be down to 15, right? And then I'm just like shooting him. Okay, so we're still fighting. Now he's red, okay? He's at the halfway point. 15 supers, if these all land, are gonna kill him, right? I know. I know this will kill him because 15 supers is half his health. Okay, so he's still alive. He's still alive. Right? But now, because I know the math, I know he's dead, right? Okay. Now here's the thing. The reason why people may understand that already but get confused, he is currently dead, correct? Watch. Boop, he's dead, right? He's dead, right? Now watch this. Then people go, oh, he's not dead, right? And the reason why is because of how Ridley's AI works. He's actually dead right now, but let's get him back. You could actually get him, you could put him back into a pogo. I am manipulating his AI. He is currently dead. I am manipulating him back into a pogo on repeat. He's dead. He's dead. I'll prove it. He's dead. But you can keep putting him back into a pogo while he's dead. Now, you see how he's alternating between pogo up and pogo down? Right? Pogo up and pogo down are different AI states. If he grabs you on pogo down, he will not die. That's why you need to let him bounce and follow him up. But if he's pogoing down and you let him grab you, then you get, oh, he's not dead. Wait, what's going on? Uh-oh, I still have to fight him. And then you put him back into a pogo, and then you try again, right? Like, people get confused here. So when you're trying to jump into his claws, you need to do it. You need to jump with him. Boing, boing, boing. That's how you do it. Boing. Because he has to be in a pogo up state. When he's in a pogo up state... By the way, really doesn't really change his AI until you get past this point on the door. So, see this point on the door? You have to jump higher than the door for him to change his AI. So if you jump here, he doesn't do anything. Right? Nothing is changing with his AI. So you need to follow him up, and then see how once you get to this point, that's when he switches his AI up, right? So you follow him up, and then let him grab you. So he's pogoing up, AI switch right here to go, oh, hey, I'm dead. I need to go pick up Samus. As opposed to, I'm pogoing down, I'm going to grab Samus even though I'm dead. That's the subtlety right there. People manip him back, people kill Ridley and go like, isn't he dead? And then manip him back into a pogo and then go, he's not dead. And then I'm just like, no! It happens all the time. Yeah. Yeah, so the funny thing is, if Ridley tries to grab you 10 times, then he just gets pissed off and just dies. So if he misses you like 10 times, he'll just die. Oops. Which is what usually happens in the base game. They probably did this to make it really dramatic because you're probably freaking out and you don't know what's going on. Because you wouldn't know what he's doing, right? You don't know that he's trying to grab you to kill. But yeah, he missed me 5 times, now he's pissed off and he's dead. Now the funny thing is, because he has the AI swap, right? If you go like above the door and unmorph, if you like repeatedly unmorph like this, there's like some certain ways to do it, right? But it'll make it so that it rolls his AI like a million times really quickly, and then he just dies. So that's something you can do. Maybe you've seen me do it before, like, but you can do that. But the thing is, the reason why speedrunners don't usually do it is because it's usually not faster than letting them pick you up at a certain spot, which lets them die fast. Eddie said a bad word. Wait, what did I say? Did I say a bad word? If I said a bad word, it's a word that I don't consider. Pissed off? No. That's not a bad word. How dare you?
No. Wrong way.
My ears are not a toilet. You can't wall jump into that door? What door? Why does the Metal Pirates get in my way when echoing? What do you mean? Metal Pirates. Let me try to mimic what's happening to you. Is this happening to you? Let me see. Is this happening to you? Is that happening? Is it this? The other pirate gets in the way, probably because you're like manipulating this guy in a way like this. Like that? Yeah, cause you like messed around and like you didn't go right away and watch he doesn't come over. When you enter this room, don't waste time. Go. And shoot him once. If you shoot him twice, that's the way you can minip him over. Which is a strat that we will do, and that's a high level strat. In like KPDR and even any percent, like I got something like this that I do sometimes. Yeah, if you see him go like this, you're done. If he goes like this, he's gonna fly over. You want him to see him do a little kick or go like this. You want to see this or like a kick. Right? You see this? That means he's coming. He's coming for you if he does that. So watch. Oh, he's coming. But see that kick? That kick's fine. Yeah. But if you like chill sometimes, like if you kind of like, what's my strat? You might like be manipulating him into this. But basically, yeah. This is he's coming. So in KPDR we do this on purpose. It's an actual, we do it on purpose so that we can get the super. I mean, even on low ice, like you know, we'll do something like that on like low ice. Obviously I have like speed and stuff like that, but you get the point. What time am I playing? We are going to be playing in 1 hour. 1 hour.
No, no, no. Wrong way.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? I'm about to play some Diddy Kong Racing. You guys better have questions or else I'm playing Diddy Kong Racing, which is fine by me. Is it tonight? Yes, it is in 1 hour. What lead-in rooms allow lava spark? Lava spark? Like the actual trick lava spark where you spark it up? It all that matters is how many, if you can get a short charge in the next room. That's literally all that matters. Can you get a short charge? Who's on commentary? I think it's Emmett and Andy for game 1, then Emmett and Nevedy. And Oats. So I asked Oats, Emmett, and Andy because we have a GDQ group chat. And I asked them, and Oats said he was down. But Andy said yes first. So I said, okay, Emmett and Andy. Emmett was the first. And then Oats later said like, oh yeah, me too. I can do it too. And I'm like, all right, well, Andy said first, so let's get it, right? And then Andy later said, I can actually only do game 1. So then I asked Oats, and then Oats said, oh, I'm playing Diablo 2 that day, bro. Like, if I have to, I'll do it. It's probably fine. And I'm like, don't worry, dude. I'll get someone else. I'll get someone else. Yeah, shoot sooner, like Cutie said, and then just practice. Get in the practice ROM and just repetition. That's the kind of thing you want to practice with the save state and get better at. You don't want to just practice it in randos. Practice it with the save state, and you'll get better until you get to the point where you're comfortable with it, and then you always do the thing with a save state right before. So you get the timing down, and then you have to then put it together in a segment. So then practice it with like Fantune actually like coming at you and stuff like that, and then practice it on reaction so you don't know which one he's coming at. That's what you have to do. You don't want to just always practice like the thing. Once you kind of have the timing down, then you want to practice it in like a more real-time situation. That's how you get something to stick. How do you get it Spark Suit and New Bridge? Or springs themselves. I don't know. I don't really do that. Repetition though. Like I would go, if I wanted to practice it, I would go into the practice ROM and literally just do it on repeat. I would just sit here. And have a save state and give myself 2,000 health. And then I would turn on the spike suit trainer and then see how close I am to failing it. If I'm constantly early, I will always make a mental effort to do it later and later. But it's not something I practice, so. If I cared enough, I would practice it, but obviously it's something I just kind of do on the fly if it comes up in a rando for fun. Yeah, I came up with a setup for that, Cutie, actually. I wonder if I could just pull it out. It's actually very similar to how other people do it with the shot. However, I like the way that I do it. And I'll explain why. It comes down to visual clarity. I know I didn't. I reset the thing so I had all my stuff. That's why. Okay. So you can use, cool thing about this is you can actually do Bottoon Crystal Flash. Oops. Is this... Do I have shot timer on? Oh, what? Why is this... I was confused. Okay, Bottoon Crystal Flash. Early 1 frame. Late 2 frames. As long as I'm off by a frame or two, then I know I'm in good shape. There you go. So what people used to do is they eyeballed it with this against the wall, right? I hate that. Because seeing this explode is not a clear visual indicator. Okay, but you know what's better, cutie? So the important thing, right, is after a power bomb, your shot is on a shot timer, right? Yo, Rumble, thanks for the tier 1, right? So I used to use the power bomb explosion too. However, after you lay the power bomb, you know how your shot timer's on like a 20-second cooldown, right? This is the idea of a lot of setups I came up with for Map Rando, actually. That means that after you unmorph and you're holding down shot, this shot comes out the exact same frame every single time. Right? So if you lay this on the right spot and immediately unmorph, your shots are always consistent. And so what I do is... One, two, three, four... On the 4th shot, I jump right when the shot is... Right as the shot is crossing this middle point. So now that I know that as a visual cue, like, I tend to only be off by a frame or two. See, late 1. So I know, I'm confident that if I just have like a few, I'll probably get it pretty quickly. And if I don't, I was always just off by a frame or two. Yeah, it's still frame perfect. It's frame perfect, right? But like, as a visual cue, this is a million times better than everything else we used to do, IMO. Yep, yep. So I take everything off, and I look at the 4th shot. Now here's the thing, if you lay the power bomb, now watch this. Because there's enemies in the room, right? It's laggy. So the first one is always different than the second, right? Early 1, I was just a frame off. Just give me enough power bombs, I'll be able to get it. Yep. I came up with that, cutie. I was the one that did that. Because it made the visual better. Because the power bomb leaves the edge of the screen too early. So I came up with the turnaround, which I think Nitro adopted. It sucked, but it was like, the eyeball sucked because you have to see the huge... I hate a visual cue off a hue change. If your visual cue is off a hue change, that's just, it just won't be as consistent, right? So I was like, I can't accept this. Because I remember grinding that out, and sometimes I'd be off by 4 frames. Yeah, exactly. But I'm built... Well, okay, well now you know this setup. Do this one. Because you know what's cool? It works in any situation you are underwater. So if you are in... if you have to suitless crystal flash pants room, and your power bomb is in a completely different location, so you don't know when to explode, right? You know that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So if you're on tile 1, once it crosses tile 5, right? You know that that's the cue. It works in Fish Tank too, or it works in the other place. So that's my setup for this. Okay, any other questions? Oh yeah, yo, dang, yeah. Did you ask me about it, dang, a long time ago? No, I'm not doing that one. Racing out, racing 45 minutes. Explain climb, weave, moonfall. Watch my series Moonfall. It's easier. Better explanation. I had a video. Sure. Whoa, you just like came across the video? That's pretty cool. Cutie, I don't know if have you ever done an elevator crystal flash? Have you ever done it? The idea on that setup came from Ruya. You did one in a race the other day? Are you serious? Oops. Early 22, holy cow. Why? I did it. I was on the same timing as my Batoon. You did it off vibes? Okay, so same idea, right? I mean, you had to at least know the setup, right? Because otherwise you can't really do it. That last shot, you see these 4 dots in the background? On the last shot, you press down on the elevator right as it's in between, right when it's inside these 4 dots. And the cool thing is, you usually know if you're gonna get it or not because you see the shot despawn. So wherever you see the shot despawn, if it's right in between the circles, you can be pretty confident that you got it. But because the sprite is drawn every other frame, the shot frame, sometimes you're not 100% sure, but you can kind of tell. So that was late 1. I would have thought I got it, but yeah. Late 1 again. Late 1 again! Anyway. You eyeballed the powerbomb positioning? Okay, you got lucky, bro. Or you tried it for like hours. You tested it? Okay, so you knew it worked. Okay. Because you know, depending on the way that you set this up, you pass the frame and you can't do it, right? Because like if you bonk the ceiling like that, you can never get it. Yeah. You're using spring to set it. Okay. Eddie, you're flying a realistic spaceship leaving Earth at 95... What is C? What unit is that? Percent speed of light? Okay. That's really fast. Isn't it? Okay. 0.95 C. So just under 1% of the speed of light? Or is it? Oh, 95%. So wait. So I'm traveling like at the speed of light. So I'm dead. What's the point of this question? Almost the speed of light. Okay. You travel for 5 years in your reference frame. Radiation accumulation is one N radiation per hour in Earth's reference frame. Steel defects expand 1 millimeter per 2 K radiation. I don't know. When you left Earth, there was a 1 NM micrometeorite moving at 0.8%, 80% of the speed of light in Earth's reference frame directly towards your spaceship nose, which impacted 3 hours after launch. What is the pilot's name? Was the pilot good or bad? So it looks like the pilot's sick, right? Okay, so his name's Eddie. What does why mean? Because I didn't get it. So basically, Nis, there's 2 things you have to get frame perfectly, right? This power bomb has to be in the perfect spot. So that's why, right? So then, I don't know why it says the second. I don't know what the second Y is about. Basically, it means yes to all the things, all the conditions hit. Oh, it's the same thing. It's kind of the same thing. So it's about The first is that you laid it along the ceiling properly. Because if you lay it kind of low, if you lay it like low, it won't say why. So the first one is to tell you that you laid the power bomb in the right spot. The second one is it tells you the timing. Yeah, if you do a crystal flash on the elevator, on the same frame that you go down the elevator, the game gives you a spike suit. You literally get a spike suit, even if you don't have speed booster. So this is something that you could do a nasty sequence break in theory with this. It rarely is worth it. It's extremely, I've had like maybe 2 instances ever where I was like, wow, this is actually a good spot for an elevator crystal flash. But it does, occasionally it can come up. And it probably can come up more often, but it's like not too realistic because it takes you have to go down the elevator every attempt. So it's like slow. And you have to have the right resources. It's never worth it. Total waste of your life and time playing video games. Get a job, grow up, LOL. Dude, those comments bring me life. It's so funny. I freaking love those comments. You want to know what's cringe, guys? Oates said he couldn't calm my games because he had to play D2. And so, you know what happened? It turns out he doesn't have to play D2 until like 8 p.m. or something. So he just dodged me. He just dodged me. Crazy that he would do that, right? Is clipping through vertical doors freezing an enemy? You want to see something cool? Hey, you want to see something cool? Is it like that? What is it? It's actually easy. You can use to. I already know that. I thought I had to do. I was wondering if I had to do that before in a insane seed, but people said it wasn't in logic or something. The clip below to get this consistent. Yeah, you know, so this clip below, I've actually learned some things about it. Okay, Andy and Oates were giving me crap about something about this, but I realized that they didn't realize something, or at least Oates didn't realize something about it. So let me explain. Basically, you need to spin jump, right? And then when you are at the top of your spin jump, right? So when you are at the top, you bonk the ceiling, right? You then need to break spin somehow. You could press shot, you could press angle, you could press up, you could press other angle, right? And you need to get in this position. You are now wedged in the ground. You're right? So now when you're wedged, you just jump. Okay? So if you do it late, it didn't work, so you gotta roll back out. You basically have to bonk the ceiling, because you need to be at the top of the ceiling, and then at the top you need to expand your hitbox to get lunged into the ground, right? So now you're here. Now this is where I always told people I hate using angle for this, because from here, right, you need to do a crouch jump, because a crouch jump, you start 8 pixels higher on your jump, right? You need to do a crouch jump, right? So I told people I hate pressing angle because you need to release angle and then jump, right? So if you do this and you try to go fast, like this happens. When I was first learning this clip, people told me they used angle and I was like, this is happening, and I was getting pissed. I was like, why is this happening? Because this is not a crouch jump. This is an angle crouch jump, which is worse than a regular jump. Now, recently, it has come to my attention. I told Oats I use up here, because if you use up to break spin, I'm holding up, but I'm not angling, see? So I can jump. So I said, why use angle when you have to then release angle and then jump, when you could just hold up and do this, right? It's not about being slow. It's not about being slow. And that's what I hate, because that's what Oats said and that's what Andy said. It's not about being slow. Do you want to know why? They both said that. That's misinformation. But up isn't slower. Up isn't slower. It's harder to be fast, but it's just as fast. But do you know what? Okay, but you didn't see, you were not ready to get to my point. No, but do you know why? Because Oats was trying to demonstrate and even he didn't understand why. Do you want to know why, cutie? Do you know why? I don't think you understand why it works. Because I told Oats, you can't do this. Because look, this is not about being fast. Look. You want to know why? I looked at his inputs because I was like, no, you can't do that. No, because I don't think cutie knows. I don't think cutie knows because Oats didn't. Oats didn't. I had to look into it. I believe it's because if you're holding angle up from your previous jump, you still get a crown. It's not. And that's what Oats thought too. Look. Do you know what it is? It's because you're still holding forward. Which I never did that because that's not a normal thing for me to do. I wouldn't normally think to hold forward. If you break spin with an angle while holding forward, you don't angle. So when I was learning this, I wasn't holding forward because I was just trying to get the clip. So I'm just trying to do this, right? In a speed run, if you're trying to go fast, you would hold forward. If you hold forward and angle, you're not angling. I didn't know that. No, but Oats didn't know it either. So there you go. Yeah, see, I told you. So that everyone all the people were just thinking I'm stupid. And I'm just like, no, I tested this. You have to let go of angle. No, if you hold forward and you break spin with angle, you don't angle when you get lodged. Well, I don't know why, but that's how it works. So you can go just as, now I'm switching up how I do it. So now I actually break spin with up and I just do this. I just hold forward. Yeah, because you're holding left, right? But when I'm like, so at some point you must have learned it and you're like, okay, how do we do this? And you were holding left. But when I learned it, I was like trying to break it down and I wasn't holding left here because it's like, how was I supposed to know that, right? Because nobody even knew about this. I tried to talk to Oats about it. He didn't even know either. And then like, he was trying to say like, yeah, see? And then when he did it slower, he got lodged and then he got confused. And then Andy and Oats were like, oh, then you have to do it quick. It's not about doing quick, it's about holding forward. Because if you hold forward, you're not angling here for some reason, so you get a crouch jump. I don't know why, but that's what it is. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. But Oats said like, oh, but you're not doing it quick enough, right? And then Andy was like, yeah, you're not doing it quick enough. No. But this is actually good, because now I'm switching off of like this. I used to always do this. That's just slow, so now I'm just doing this now. But I actually learned something from it. Yeah, no problem. How are you jumping through the floor? So basically... when Samus is spinning, her hitbox is smaller, right? But then when you hit like an angle or do a pose change, it expands her hitbox. If you are spinning and you touch the ceiling, and then you expand your hitbox that high, the game sort of lodges Samus into the ground a little bit. And then from here, if you just do a jump from the crouch position, you will clip the ceiling. Basically, like, the things aren't, like, working properly. So everyone always asks about... It's funny, because in randos, it's just like, whatever, just run through. It's not a big deal, right? But, like, everyone always is curious about it, because it's cool, right? It's like, whoa, what did you just do there? But yeah. Yep. The box is how small I am. Because visually what you see is not aligned with what is there. Yeah, no Diddy Kong Racing. Everyone is too interested. Yo, anyone got any other questions? Or I'm gonna play, I'm not playing Diddy Kong Racing, it's too late.
No, no, no. Wrong way.
What will be the difference between shooting? You could shoot. It's just... people just, like... people just don't do it. Yeah. Like, people aren't really used to breaking spin with shot as much as they are with angle or something else. You like the music I play? Yeah, I play, Also, what up, Swizzo? I know you're usually on YouTube. So, there's just... I just needed copyright-free music, so I was using, Stream Beats. I don't know if the site is different now. Maybe they changed it. Maybe they cost money now. So here you go. Do I have a playlist thing? I don't use this YouTube though. This playlist is private. Yeah, I'm gonna change the playlist. Let's see, playlist. Chiptune playlist. There we go. Wonder how long it's gonna take Oats to do this. It looks like he hasn't really figured it out yet. I will say, I do think I'm good at figuring stuff out like that, so I don't know, maybe someone will help him, but it might take a while. But I think I got pretty consistent at the end of it. I definitely think part of what made it easy for me to do the last part of the Wily Ridley fight is that Misty told me that you could do it hitless. So just knowing that something's possible is a big deal. Yeah. I actually had pretty good health out of Mother Brain 3. I think I only took 20 damage. Like one onion ring. Yeah, yeah. I was healthy. All right, one sec. I'm gonna grab a drink. I joined the lobby. We got a race coming up soon. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for the good luck. Really appreciate it. I should get more loot box. Realistically, I just have to like change stuff up. I just haven't had time. Eddie, have you ever played a fighting game? Yeah. Yeah. Third Strike is probably my favorite fighting game. I grew up playing a little bit of Street Fighter 2, but I was like when I was really little. I wouldn't say I'm particularly good, but I'm going to beat any casual person. Like, right? I can do like the combos and stuff like that. So I'll beat any casual, but I'm not going to beat someone that like seriously plays. I understand mix-ups and stuff like that. I played some Third Strike, but didn't really like sweat it out or anything. Maybe a little bit, but not much. Who's my main? Realistically, I'm probably just best with Ryu, because I grew up playing like Ryu and stuff like that, right? But on Third Strike, I like playing like Urian as well. Blanca is in SF2. Central Time, Nate. It's in 20 minutes. Nito has joined the lobby. You played Remy? I feel bad for you. Isn't he like bottom tier? Yeah, Shoto Gaming. Yo, let's go, Horse Girl. Yo, Jeffy, thanks for the gift sub to Nate. Oh, I also played Smash 64. I didn't have a GameCube, so I couldn't play Melee, which is, funny enough, ends up being the one that's like most popular in the world. I put so much time into Smash 64 as a kid, but I didn't have any friends that were like really good. So I was capped at like how good I could get. I would have loved to have like played in tournaments and stuff if that was something I could do. Nobody's ever heard of Central Time. My opponent's literally in Central Time. Yo, thank you, Dietrich. Look at this nerd practicing. What up, Kiara? I'm not actually practicing right now. I'm just explaining stuff. People were asking me how you do stuff, and I would just go to random things. 64 is superior. I played 64 because I just got my analog 3D, and it kills me going back to these games that I realize now have like lots of input lag and lots of frames of delay when you like turn and stuff that I felt were like super snappy as a kid. Uh-oh, Nevd. Wait, your capture's gone. Wait, as in like, is this gonna be a problem for comms or something, or are you just talking about your stream? The awful frame rate? Well, I do have the analog 3D that overclocks. Okay. Kiara, you have any tech questions that you want to know about? I was gonna play Diddy Kong Racing, but then everyone started to ask me questions. And now it's too late. I never ended up playing. How do I feel about Split Booster? I mean, I think it's cool. Right? I think it's neat. But the thing is, like, it doesn't mean that it has to be in an actual race, right? So anything like that, if it just exists, it's cool. And then if someone wants to make something around it, that's cool too. But it's not a setting I would normally play. You have some? All right, well, I have like a few minutes if you want to ask anything. Reverse key hunter, which one? Key hunter stairs up? This one? This one? So you have plasma, so don't be afraid to kill things if you have to. Do you know how to hitbox the key? You need to know, I don't think I saw you do this before. Maybe you did, I don't know. But do you know how to hitbox the key hunters? When you shoot them with plasma, they gain iframes, so you can run through them, which is important to know in Metal Pirates too. Yeah, so if you have a power bomb, the moment that this door frame goes halfway disappears, right? So see how the door is halfway gone? That's where you can lay the power bomb. You don't have to, but you can. Otherwise, you can just bomb them individually. Don't do any wiggles or anything in KPDR, right? So run under this guy, right? Just try to run under, and this guy, you just shoot him and run. It's really not hard. I would say do it with all these guys too. Yeah, with plasma. The window is huge. Like, it's not hard. Yo, thanks, Bastion. So, I would say if the middle guy is in your way, then it'll be a little annoying. Like, I don't usually recommend trying to do something like this to get out of... Like, if he's above you, I don't generally recommend, like, doing something like that. I would say just jump morph here to get through him, because he might knock you down. Just try to do, like, a jump morph up here. And this guy, just hitbox him. Okay, so the boulder room. So the boulder room is basically just, it's just hard. So you wanna be starting to hold a charge as you enter. So once you enter the room, you wanna be holding a charge, so you can like pseudo the flame, basically. Right? You'll probably gain your charge like right around here, and then it's just platforming. It's just hard platforming. You have to go a little bit further right than you think. And then the reason we mainly hold the pseudo, by the way, is because this one you can't really do this without hitting the boulder. So we pseudo this guy, we go here, we wall jump off this guy, and then we break it with the pseudo. And if you ever miss anything up, just take it slow. Yeah. So just go really wide if you have to. Like, go wide if you have to. So if you're not trying to be like tight on these grabs, right? Just you can go wide, right? But the reason why now you can do like that. There's a thing you can do where you can like do that, but it's like frame perfect, I think, or it's a short window. So you jump over the boulder and wall jump off this guy to maintain your pseudo. So this whole time you're holding shot. And then you use your pseudo right there. Now, here's the thing. If you don't get on here cleanly, then this guy's gonna, this guy will hit you. So like, if you don't try to like fix it, if you mess something up or you like miss this, then just wait and then go. Okay. So like if you do that, just wait and then go on the next cycle. Okay. All right, next. Three Musketeers and KPDR. Yeah, okay. Just do charge shots to kill them all. You don't have to do a space jump. Just run into the acid for a sec. Jump over. Try to do a mock ball here. Right? So from here, don't jump and shoot. Oh, I guess it works. But if you jump and shoot, you'll have velocity on your shot. I guess you have to get him when he's going up. Basically, just kind of do an upshot on all these guys. Right. Maybe you do jump and shoot. I'm not sure. Anyway, most of the time people will do one here. But yeah, just upshot these guys like this. Use a charge shot. There is a way you can, with 2 shots, I believe, you could kill all 3. But I would say just do charge shots. Charge shot. Charge shot. Okay. You want to use the charge shots. Yeah, exactly. Like this is slow. So like basically like depending on where they are, like on the cycle they are, like I usually can kill them in 2 if I go like kind of quick. I believe, if I remember correctly. So normally you would space jump, but yeah. So if you get here quick and you do 1, that usually kills them all. Something like that. But because they're global, the timing will change. Just do up charge shots until they're all dead. Okay, Nito did item draft and banned Grav. Okay. What does Nito hate? I don't know what Nito hates. You know what I should ban? I should ban ice. Because Nito likes ice. I banned ice. I'll ban Eddie. Andy, get out of here, Andy! Okay, let's do a prediction. Game 1. Who wins game 1? Who wins game 1? Eddie, Nito. 10-minute Gambo. Yeah. Here's the thing, you really want to play as soon as possible because if you learn all this stuff without playing, the moment you play, I promise you're going to be disappointed. Because doing anything in this game is really hard. When I first started playing this, I just like could not control. Like I just walk right and I press jump and I'm just like, ah! Because this game is so much harder than it looks. It's so much harder than it looks. Whereas even if you know what to do, the moment you pick up the controller and try it, you're gonna be like, I'm not even close to what I want to be able to do right now. So it's better to play as soon as possible. Yeah, don't call me, okay. It's very important to not call me a cheater on SG Chat, okay? Don't do that. Like, for real, don't do it. You're gonna get in trouble. I always have to tell everybody not to do that. Yeah, don't even joke about it. Wait, do I pick first? I didn't even think about this. I think I do, right? What should I pick? I pick charge. I didn't really think about it. I just picked charge. Because I feel like a beam fight I'd be pretty good at, maybe? I don't know. Who knows? I just thought of that on the fly. Alright, music off. We'll keep the music on. Chat, I'm gonna hide you guys when I get started, okay? So, you guys are all getting ignored. Ooh, Nito picks spring. Sweet. Sweet. Alright, charge and spring. I keep the alerts and items on, but you guys just can't hear it. You guys should still be able to blast each other. You won't hear the TNT or anything. And I muted on my side. The only thing I have piping through my thing is game audio. I literally turned everything else off audio-wise. Thank you, son. And I have my alerts come up on the side that's not part of the game feed. Whoops. I think usually people don't blast each other while I'm playing, right? Doesn't usually happen. If it does, sorry. Okay, starting items are good. Charge plus spring. Let's get this on here. I'm excited. How do you guys think this is gonna go? See, as much as you guys make fun of me, it's always imbalanced in favor of the believers. People actually believe in me more than I believe in myself. Now, I believe in myself, but like, it's gonna be pretty close. I have a feeling it's not gonna be more people doubting than believing. Nito don't want this smoke. I think it's gonna be a 2-0 either way. If I go down game 1, I have a feeling it's like whoever's just on point for the day. All right, chat. Gamer, Cover, beat Tom ever. Confirm. Chat. I love you all. I love you all, okay? But it is time for me to mute and hide you all. Alright? Goodbye, friends. Even you? Sorry, even you, Leo. Especially you. Alright. Goodbye, friends. Yeah, time to hide chat. And I'm gonna turn my mic off, okay? You're gonna hear audio only.
Ooh.
GG.
Yeah.
GG Nito.
GG's.
GG's. Yeah.
Typical question. Thoughts? Go. Speak. How do you feel?
Well, that last seed was weird. That's all I have to say about that one.
Yeah, I mean, not very often you see 3 objectives in wreck ship.
Yeah.
I was screaming, Nito, don't you worry. I was mad.
Yeah, I was just counting on Dre being somewhere else. Like, I saw Batu and I said Chozo, and I just figured, okay, like, circle back around here when I have the resources for it, and we'll just hit up other zones. And all those other zones were also just pretty crappy. Like, not a whole lot.
You actually, yeah, there's one, like, you guys can analyze and look at the game after. There's like one moment of the seed that decided, like, you guys were very close, head into bot lane hallway, clean up the early game. Map is left after you get your power bombs, and a super is to the right. Eddie goes left, Nito goes right. That's sort of dictated how the match went. Eddie was able to find E-tanks and consolidate the maps in one pass, when Nito was back and forward, getting blocked by heat and everything. So
this last
pretty
seed?
crazy the way it worked. The last seed.
Yeah,
So
this last seed, because Nito
I like
going.
what you both did.
Yeah, Nito going back to the right, got the super. Killed Batoon, which was sick, by the way. Nito had to clutch it out with just missiles and couldn't miss anything. It was like horrifying. But Nito did scout Acid Chozo, which very much incentivized him to like wait to come back and not get
that
back,
makes sense.
right?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
And then he went to go in the Meridia, but it was just too hard with what he only had 1 tank, so like the 3 Musketeers were just like too much to bypass, right? So
it's like a
when
really
you got there,
it's nasty.
It was rough. Yeah.
The Meridian map was that was nasty.
Yeah.
I thought about not doing it, and then believe it or not, it's after that one race where we did where Oates was calling me a coward. I thought about it. I'm like, I could totally do this probably. we literally looked at the numbers, remember? And I'm like, I could probably.
Yeah.
I went through this because I just got the screw in space, so I'm like, I definitely should be able to do this.
Yeah.
Leaving it was just too weak.
With screw in space, it was like pretty, you could do that. If you couldn't get that, it could have been kind of different. But I do have one question, Eddie. Did you change your plan at all because you are up 1-0 versus like, arguably the best player in the league right now? Like, did you?
I don't
I thought
think
maybe
I
you
did.
Win.
I will, but I don't think I did in this case. If anything, there was a moment in game 1 where I probably should have done something else, which is I overcollected. I think in the beginning, I think it was too safe.
We were talking about that a little. You're actually playing pretty. So that's what I was wondering though, because it seemed like in game 2, I thought you played a little bit more aggressive, and I was thinking. I was mentioning how maybe Eddie's doing that because I think if you're up 1-0 and you do like a couple aggressive things to maybe like, squeak out a win, then it's like, and if you can do that, then it's the right play to do. And I thought maybe that's why you went left. Like, there's a super to the right, but it's super slow. Let's just bank on there being progression to the left and supers and stuff, because we didn't think it was bad or anything. I just thought it was slightly more aggressive, but maybe you always do that. I'm not too sure.
I can't remember that part, so something tells me there was nothing. If it was the early game, I think I just play the way that I normally do. So
basically at the start, right, you have power bombs, you have morph, you have spring. Bubble Mountain has the super. You go, but you don't have supers or power bombs yet.
We didn't have power bombs. Yeah.
So you go left and you go to bot to an E-tank and you get power bombs. So there's actually a big decision there.
Yep.
Oh, you just have to go back and get the super now?
If I remember correctly, it was like, wasn't it pretty hard to get back? Was there also a map to the left? I can't remember.
There was a map to the left.
Okay,
that's why I like what you
continued
did,
forward.
but I also like what Nito did.
Because like the idea is like I can get the map and then come back, right? So I don't want to like go back and then have to double back a second time, if that makes sense, right? So and then if I have to hang out on the right side, like, because Bubble Mountain, I didn't see any of those doors, right? So if the solution is in Bubble Mountain and I go to the supers and I come back, I don't want to be blinding the Bubble Mountain before I get the map, so I just continue forward to get the map. That was
right.
What I
okay, yeah, I was just I was curious if you were adjusting slightly, but it doesn't really sound like it.
No, yeah, not there.
I guess I'm a little confused on that, because the all those rooms are separated between two regions. So the map that you're talking about, I think, is the Norfair map.
Yes.
But
Yes.
Bubble Mountain is wrecked ship. So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess I'm a little confused on like.
Yeah. Now I'm remembering. Yeah. Because
wasn't Wreckship map actually north?
Northeast,
right? Like
it was
upright.
upright. Yeah, top right.
It was
Yeah,
upright.
okay.
Yeah. So I think if I remember correctly, we enter Norfair. There's the hallway, and then if you go through the left of the hallway, the map is like just 7 or 8 more tiles to the left. It's not like super far, if I remember correctly. So I decided to see if I could spike the map before coming back. Basically, is what I
Especially
did.
in bot moon,
Yeah.
like it happens all the time. Like we do this nearly every day. It seems like we have bot wound. We're already all the way through the tube. Springballing up and doing that again is awful. If you're already at that point,
It's slow. So I didn't want to go. I wanted to like consolidate what I could while I was over there before backtracking. Basically, I have
And it's
no
not
idea
even
how that changes the trajectory of everything. It must change the trajectory a lot, clearly. Because
We basically think
really
that was
weird.
unfortunate. It's kind of what directed the entire seed
yeah,
for
that makes
both
sense.
of you.
That makes sense. Yeah, it changes everything.
Because Nito didn't do anything bad, right? It was just like all the options Nito had to take from there, and every like there was just so many barricades. It just like was unfortunate. But Nito like played really well. It nothing was really working out quite as well. Still got close, but then Nito like had to leave Acid Chozo for later, which just was so bad because Dragon is up there, right? Game 1, Nito, I know it was, a tragedy, of course. But I was curious, would you ever, or were you unwilling, or are you willing to ever like change your play when like start doing kind of crazy things if you lose that much time?
No, I don't think I would change anything that I was doing. I decided that after that death, which set me all the way back before even getting Morph, which I was actually surprised by how much time I lost. I thought I had saved again, but I guess I didn't. So I had to do that recollection and then make my way back to where I even was. I just figured at that point, okay, I see Fantoon, I see Cray, and I'm just going to go look for actual progression. Just like it's at that point, like, I guess it's kind of a Hail Mary play to just leave that stuff for later and then look for something that I think is going to help me catch up.
Mm-hmm.
I think in that scenario, I like, especially against Eddie, it's looking pretty bad, and something equally tragic is going to happen.
I think you have to
him,
play for the instances where I also take a bad death, basically.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing, and I know Eddie and Nito. Listen, I bow down. They're legends. They're much better than me at Map Rando. But I have competed in games my whole life, and I think there is like always a chance in some instances, and there was a chance if you had, skipped every item check on the way to the map, and then you get the map and you're like, I'm just gonna do the furthest zone. And I know it sounds stupid, and Nito's just but you're laughing. But I talked to Andy, and this happens all the time in Link to the Past, actually, like the tournaments, and like players will just win because sometimes they'll fight Andy and they won't even go to like any of the good zones. Like they'll just default to going to the furthest zone away, and like you can win. And there was a chance there, so I guess I feel like it's the only time I've ever been slightly critical of like you very good players, but I did feel like there was a chance to then do something drastic.
The only reason why I won't say that is because
you're a robot.
Sorry, can you hear me? Is this okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
so
I meant like
I think
in general.
Nito said he probably lost like 10 minutes or so. Nito said he lost about 10 minutes or so, and then after the game was over, I was like talking to my chat about like what happened, right? And then someone said that he was probably being overly generous in terms of like how much he actually lost. Like someone said he probably lost like 15 or something, right? I think if you lose that much time, then maybe you're only, At that point, you probably just have to pray that I also lost that much time and died really badly as well. Maybe.
I just don't. Okay.
Is how I see
I
it.
understand. I just don't agree though, because it's too. Well, Nito is being humble, because I mean, I didn't know
15 minutes is a lot.
When
so.
Nito first lost, first died, I thought Nito still had morph, which meant I'm like, maybe he still had the Fantoon kill, but he actually went all the way. I mean, he lost everything. He didn't even have morph.
Yeah, I went all the way back to
Yeah,
big.
he lost
Bang.
So I don't know if it's 10 minutes, but it felt more than 10 minutes.
Yeah,
it felt like a lot. And I understand that. And I do think there's a lot of logic in assuming you also died. But I also think in that seed, with how it was playing out, that like you dying with all the saves and everything, like just doesn't make sense. And like there was enough divergence where I do think a gamble.
I wouldn't make that assumption.
But it's fine.
If it's 10-15 minutes, I would typically just assume that it's not enough to make that sort of divergence with that loadout. Is how I feel personally. I would just play on. I would just play on the 2% chance that I take the death. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Which is like you lost.
I don't agree,
but
I understand. I do think there was still a chance. Nito goes straight to wreck ship. There was a chance for him to win, but I understand.
Game 1 was pretty cool. The stuff we can talk about with Game 1 was Eddie's early game was quite flawless. Did go through the super to get the major, and he had to get a super drop, I think. Nito wasn't able to, so he left wave, and that put you guys even. So you were up a wave beam, Eddie. The only fault in this whole series is what you did next, Eddie, and the rest I think you played perfect, but this was one fault I think you did. You were actually ahead with wave.
Mm-hmm.
Nito goes and you go collect stuff. That put you like 2 minutes,
Congrats,
17
Eddie,
seconds
but you
behind
ruined
with
my
like
prediction.
Up. So Nito was actually quite ahead in game 2. Just
And a
because of
power
that
bomb
one
pack,
thing.
yeah.
Are we talking about?
No, I think Nito had that power bomb pack too.
Are we talking about the start of the game where I
Start
pick
of
up
the game?
Yeah. So the wave was like the top left.
I know you talked about it briefly earlier. Yeah, the wave was good.
Yeah.
When you went down that elevator to get all that tank and save.
It was. I was kind of thinking I probably shouldn't have done that against Nito. I was definitely thinking that.
All right.
I think I was like, that's like a you do that in the weekly and you don't really do it against like a really strong player. It's kind of how I felt.
I was a little surprised by it, Eddie. I guess I didn't know. I mean, I know you do value like tanks early, so I thought it did make sense. And
that's the reason.
Did you guys have grab by then? I can't really remember, but
yeah, grab was early.
Yeah, we had grab.
Yeah,
early.
you did have grab. So I think with grab having like tanks early is still pretty good because you can like kind of just fly. So I thought maybe you're thinking that, but I was a little surprised to see you refill, save, and then go get the tank and the X.
As I was getting it, and I'm kind of like seeing how long it was taking. I was kind of thinking maybe this isn't what I was supposed to do. But it's like you have your choice, and like I just made a choice, and then I was kind of thinking, maybe not. I'm not really sure, but maybe not, right? And it seems like Nito didn't do it, so he probably got an advantage early at least.
Well,
right.
So I went all the way up there with the intention of doing it, and then realized I didn't realize how many super locks were in the way of going for that major. So
I had to farm a super off the bugs. I counted and then I'm like, I should have farmed a super, but I had to reload the room once, I think, to farm the gamers and stuff.
Yeah, no, I went up there with one super and I was like, whoops, that was a mistake.
With one, you're not getting it. Yeah,
Nito didn't have the reach, and Nito had less HP there, so
yeah. I knew it was dicey. I knew it was a little dicey, and I was thinking, the wave I thought like was it was okay, like because fortunately for me it worked out as a way where we had to do a lower tank fight, so the wave has value there, but we also had like a million supers, so whatever.
Yeah, definitely. And you got it pretty quick again. You left with it you left at the same time as Nito skipping wave, so you actually did it.
Yeah.
And
okay.
It's good in people saying in chat making good decisions when you're not playing is a big key point. So it's like being the only thing I could fault between you guys is like very impressive and very good showcase for a semi-final. This is why you guys are here.
The tank is one of the bigger reasons as well, because I think the tank was along the bottom, if I remember correctly, or somewhere else.
It was along the bottom.
Yeah, so I think we were gonna leave with 1+1. Otherwise, maybe I'm mixing up seeds here.
No, I think 1+1.
Yeah. So I wanted the other one. So this was like enough to. It all works out a little bit. So.
Other than that, you play the same the rest of it, just Nito 15 minutes behind, but you guys did the same thing.
Yeah. Quick question, I guess for Nito first. So Nito, it sounds like, did you overlook Ridley, you said?
He did.
I did.
Okay, because I I had because at first I thought you were doing the Kraid to. I was like, okay, I sort of get this because it's like he can do it pretty quick. I thought maybe you were doing it for the X to try to like route in like a maybe easier ammo plan, but I didn't know if that was what you were thinking when you did Kraid. But it sounds like it's more because of the Ridley overlook, or maybe you have more insight on that.
No, so I think no, it was just the cardinal sin of didn't scroll the map to see what it did.
And Ridley's 2 tiles, man. He's invisible. It's so hard to see Ridley.
Dude, BT scared me, man, on this last one.
Oh yeah.
I was scared. I looked at the map several times once I saw all the bosses in Wreck Ship, and I was like, yeah.
Eddie, this is a very specific situation you might not remember, but do you remember when you crystal flashed to get all your resources back and then refilled?
Were you wondering if I touched the crab on purpose?
Yes,
I touched the crab on purpose. Yeah.
No, you didn't. No.
Hey, I called it. I told you Eddie's got his abacus out, dude.
No, I knew it was the top left of Big Pink.
Saying that.
I knew it was the top left of Big Pink, and I knew I couldn't take damage easily. So on the way down, I touched the crab. So it was on purpose. Yes.
Okay. So
if you look at my face, I probably just don't look. I don't make a single face, right?
Okay, because
I knew
you
exactly
didn't
what
make
I was
a
doing.
face. I was like, I don't think he's worried about it.
I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing.
We talked about that. Yeah. And I was wondering. And I
knew
was like, I think Eddie did it on purpose, and Andy was talking about how you just have an abacus.
I paused. I saw 2 farms. I saw the top left resource room, and I saw the Kraid, post croc grapple farm, and I decided the crystal flash might have been better. I don't know if it was better, but on the way, it was one room away from Big Pink, so I took the Kraid.
That's pretty
obviously it's a little scary, but I don't know. I'm just in like that state where I'm like, I'm gonna just go as fast as I can, right? So I'm not thinking about the risk. I'm not gonna mess this up. That's how I'm thinking.
And that state does show. Like it is cool. You and Oates are probably the 2 biggest swaps from your normal play to your tournament play. I don't know if Nito looked similar to me, just always solid. But I don't know how you feel about that, Eddie. But do you feel that you level up in a tournament?
Feels like, I love tournaments. I love this. Yeah,
ascend to a higher plane. Like you just play so well.
Yeah. I think I play better in these situations. I really like these. I like it. I love playing in this one. Because there's just like this thing where I really want to I want to win, right? So yeah. So I just everything's. I don't. Also, I'm not talking to my chat, so not like I ever talk to my chat, but it helps that I get to just focus. Yep, as per usual.
Oh, the usual.
I would say I do make some adjustments though. I don't know what I would have done in a weekly, but there was obviously a situation in this game where we could have maybe considered Turian, right? We could have maybe considered Turian on the left.
I just hoped and prayed it wasn't Turian.
Yeah. So there's the thing is I don't know if I probably wouldn't have gone period, right? But what I will say is in a 1v1 against Nito, I'm going to. If it's really close in a weekly, there might be a situation where if it's close enough, I'll do it in a weekly, but I wouldn't do it in a 1v1 versus Nito. Does that make sense? Because because if you go to Bryn and I know that Mother Bryn's there, that's going to be by far the fastest route. So if Nito were to be safe and I was losing some time against him, and he were to go Turian, then I would win off that basically, right? So that's kind of play in a 1v1 situation. You don't have to worry about losing to someone more than just the singular person, right? So you that is a situation where you kind of play the odds of the bigger zone situation,
right?
So that's
I was talking about that at the end while you reset, because I think it was looked a little crazy, but I thought it made sense, and I've heard you talk about this before. Actually,
it is different.
So I do think it. It made sense.
The other thing is I take less saves against Nito. And that's probably what Nito did too. But when I'm playing against Nito, I when I'm playing a weekly and I'm just kind of chilling, I do sort of save a lot, right? But in this situation, I could lose if I take one more save easily.
I do think you started adjusting more towards that. I don't know if I felt like you were totally in your game plan at the start, but it sounds like I think you readjusted more. Because you almost look you're approaching it like a weekly at the start of that first race, but then you were okay, locking in the actual proper.
I did feel it's kind of funny, right? But there was it the second seed or the first seed that I went out for that O and X at the bottom of
The first one.
Yeah, so like I remember like literally going down there and grabbing that. I'm thinking like this is like almost like disrespectful to Nito to grab this. But I did, right? Like I was already down there. I'm like, I maybe shouldn't have done this, right? Because like and Nito didn't, right? And so like
Yeah. Well, it very well could have cost you, so you were right.
it could cost me, but like I'm just thinking back to when Aussie and I played in the finals in that 1 seed, right? And he just decided final game, he just said like, you know what, I'm just gonna skip everything, and he just like zoomed past me, right? And like, you know, that's kind of how you have to play against like really strong players, right? Like you can't just be careful all the time. So
you are at the mercy of the seed too, as well. Like I think
of course
that E-tank coverage really showed in game 2 because Nito didn't have that E-tank.
Yep.
The whole thing where we move on the tanks, you go to the left and find a tank. Nito literally couldn't get to Meridian map.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, exactly. So the tanks are such a weird item to quantify. Like how
exactly. They're weird.
And how good are they going to be? So it was just crazy that in game 2 we have one filler E-tank that literally blocked the seed. So
Yep. That's why I think it's one of those things where it's one game that determines like, right? Because it's not like oh well, if I don't get this tank and I need that tank, because if you don't need the tank, you're in big trouble. If you need the tank, you get destroyed, right? Which is probably what happened, right? So in like a weekly, I'll get the tank, because if I get destroyed in the seed, then I'm gonna start losing to people that are like, you know, I'm not supposed to lose to, right? So if that's the case in a weekly in a big lobby, you have to be careful.
Can you name the player specific?
Ralix612. Who else? Let's scroll through.
Yeah, but can we get a list of the players that you aren't supposed to lose to real quick?
So basically, it's kind of like it's like one of those things where it's like 80% of the time, right? You're probably okay, but the 20% of the time that you get destroyed, it heavily outweighs the loss that you take. Is heavily outweighs like, you know, the 80% of the time that it works out well, right? But once again, in a 1 versus 1 situation where it's just Nito, right? Because 80% of the time you're okay, I think it's important to skip those kinds of things if you're up against someone really strong, is how I feel. So I was kind of thinking maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. So it looks like it worked in this case.
It's kind of why I was hoping to hear a slightly different answer at the game 2, where you're like, yeah, I went left there because I was up 1-0 and it's Nito and I have to cut.
You could make an argument that it was a mistake.
No, I know. I think
it's a small thing. It's a small thing.
We didn't think it was a mistake. It was just like a little bit more aggressive, I felt.
It's just a play style choice, and I think I probably shouldn't have done it, but I did. So
yeah,
I in that same situation, I don't think I could ever choose going left through Bottoon, just because I know, like I see the supers. I just know that the power bomb there just unlocks that for me. So I think I'm always going back. I don't know if I could, like, I just don't know if I could ever play that differently. I would value the item over the potential map knowledge, especially when it's supers, and I think that, you know, there's at least a strong probability that some path to the map is going to be blocked with supers. Like I just can't.
Yeah. I mean, we did think it was like, I mean, I did think that was like, that's also what I said, Nito, right? That's probably always what I do. But, you know, I do like what Eddie did. Like, I still thought it was fine, you know, going left there. And it is crazy how it ended up like influencing the seed that much. Like it doesn't always have to influence the seed that much, but in that particular one, it definitely, you know, had profound impact.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, any final thoughts on these matches, or any curiosities of how things went from our end?
Well, Nito, GG. It's always fun playing against you. I was very excited for this match, for sure. I was pumped. I got people asking me, "Oh, are you nervous?" And I'm like, "Nah, this is gonna be a great match. I'm glad to meet up against you in the thing." So it's always a good time. So yeah, GG.
Yep, GG's to you as well. I know that I didn't like play my best here, but I still feel like I was giving it 100%. I think I'm just really happy with the reaching the semifinals right now. It's better than it's like an improvement on last year's tournament. And you know, I'm really happy with how it's starting to reflect in the results a little
Yep.
bit more, because I feel like I've been putting in a ton of work and it's starting to pay off here. But obviously still some more work to do, and I'm cool with trying to figure that out. So good luck in the finals. I will see what I can do on the lower bracket, and personally have to say sorry to Oates because I was trying to send Eddie down to meet up with him if he gets better.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
But
You'll be
yeah.
the one to take them out yourself. So yeah.
Yep.
You'll do the dirty work.
Oh, I thought you were saying uh-oh because Nito's about to take out the trash. I misunderstood
Oh well,
that.
I like how that. I like that
Sorry.
interpretation.
Yeah, that too. I like your
yeah,
way.
that's my
Okay.
Go take the
And
trash.
and I absolutely like, I might not even get to me. Derp's a really good player as well. Like,
Yep.
he can do it too.
Yep.
Derp's actually pretty scary, but
My boy
you're-
Sponge.
you're- oh, is it Derp for Sponge still?
Yep. I
think
think so.
so.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they already played.
Wait, really?
Wait a minute.
Unless they already played today, but yeah, that was the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm accidentally trashing people.
Just because you're hanging out with a bad crowd right now.
Bad influences.
Yeah. But all right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. GG's to Eddie, taking it 2-0, moving on to winners finals, and we gotta wish our losers bracket well because Nito's gonna go in there and start demolishing some things. So thoughts and prayers for them down in losers bracket. But all right, guys, GG's to Speed Gaming. Thank you guys so much for having us. Shout outs to Nevdi, Eddie, and Nito, and even Andy, who calmed first game, and John, aka Horse Girl, on tracking. Really appreciate that. And also, I think Divine and some others were helping out. So yeah, shout out to Speed Gaming. Thank you guys so much, and see y'all next time. Peace out.
All right. GG. You guys can hear me and everything, right? You guys heard all that? He won because he cheated. All right. It's kind of unfortunate that Nito took the death in the first one. I wonder how close that would have been. Second game was just whack. Game one is super interesting. Yeah, game one, I probably shouldn't have done that X and O, but I did. Baron, why are you timing him out? Thank you, Selkirk. I was 2 minutes. Yo, Halford, thanks for the 5 subs. I would agree. Yo, what up, Emmett? I would agree that you would come out ahead. What do you mean? As in, I should have skipped it? Is that what you're saying? Or what are you trying to say here? Yo, Emmett, thanks for the sub. 39 months. GG. Thank you. You think I would have won game one still? You think I was still ahead? Game one is always kind of funny because like you feel kind of bad when you could have just done wreck ship and skipped everything else, kinda. But it's a 1 versus 1, right? Like I was like pretty sure like Nito was probably along the same path. If he overlooked Ridley, that's GG. It would have likely been close, yeah. I felt like I was playing pretty clean. Game 2 is just weird. Game 2 is a weird seed. It sucks because Turian looks bad, but our health situation is bad. The Meridian map looks like it's gonna have to be potentially a blind. It wasn't, but it looked like it had. Well, it kind of was actually, because the Meridian map was probably behind heat, and then the wreck ship map was like it's good, but you have to go backtrack a lot of slow rooms. So I was contemplating Turian, but I don't think I could really do it there. And if you don't do Turian right there, you can't really go back and do it. So I refuse to believe you touched the crab on purpose in game. I did. I touched it on purpose. It was on purpose. I remember thinking, I wonder if I just gave the commentators a heart attack. It was on purpose. It was on purpose. I want to hear the reaction. So, I know it's gonna work because I have a full reserve, so I take a double hit off the crab, and I live. I am very in tune with how the reserves work, right? So I knew that would get me to the perfect number. They gasped? Yeah. And see if people notice. I'm pretty locked in, right? I'm just... Right? Mouth open. People always talk about how my mouth is just open when I play. Are you talking about off the scree? Off the scree? Because I could get it off the gamer too. There's the gamer and then there's the bug. No, but I mean like, there's the gamers and the flying bug, right? I was ready to do it. And the Rio. The gamer and the Rio are all there, right? So I could just farm them. I was. Well, it's funny that the Scree gave it to me, but the gamers and the Rios are there too, so. What are the gamer drops? No, they all suck. I mean, I knew what I was doing when I went into that because you could probably see I went to the save and I stared at it and I'm like, man. It would have been fine. I get to farm 5 things in there. I'd reset it. Second try is sick though. It's 2%. It's the blue gamer. You're more surprised I wanted to keep it? If I had to reload that room like 30 times, then I'm not really sure. Right? I just kind of figured I could get it. I mean, what? On average, I have to reload that room like 5 times. It sucks, but... Right? If I like literally just didn't get it, because I didn't know the odds off the top of my head, but I knew it's like, there's a lot of enemies in there, so... Yo, okay, thank you for the 107. What's the score? 2-0. Yeah. And I was aware of the farm above. You guys could probably see I made a face when I like looked at it. I was actually thinking about if I should refill my supers on the way up, but I was like, it's probably fine. I had 3. I knew I needed a few. I didn't realize I needed like 4 though. I thought 3 was fine. I didn't want to like spend too much time dwelling on it. And I was just like, 3 is good. It's funny how it wasn't. Yeah, Nitro, basically I didn't think it was gonna take a while, but I guess I thought the odds were gonna be like decent for me to just get it after a few reloads, but, which I think it is, but it is a little bit worse than I thought. Yeah, so after wreck ship, when I was like, after I got the map and stuff, and then I had to like, you guys see me, I was like scanning the Northern map like super hard, just to make sure that I wasn't like missing anything. Cause like, there's actually a refill room and it's like a plus sign and I'm like, is that an X? No. Yeah. Well, like at the very end, I have to go to Bryn. It wasn't insta, it was after I had to reload it once. I did have to reload it once. I think it was Wave Beam, right? Wave is nice. It proved to be something kind of important later. I'm not arguing it. What? What are you talking about? I ain't arguing anything. The Insta is funny. I just said like because I knew I could kill the things in there, I figured I could get it after a few reloads. But I had to think about if I wanted to commit to that. Did I get a fast? I didn't even think about it. The Fantoon pause. Oh yeah, that was sick. Did you guys catch that? I feel like everyone else in the world dies there. But I was ready for it. I was thinking if he goes left, I gotta do this. Yeah. Yeah. So it was important that I pause and then I walk to the right so I pick up the drops. Yeah. And the crab hit was on purpose. I had the abacus out. I wanna go find you guys' reaction. I gotta go find that after stream. Nevy didn't believe it. If you guys saw, I did pause for a little bit because I had to think about if I wanted to go to the ammo refill on the top left or the croc farm on the bottom right. And then I decided on the ammo refill on the top left, so I needed to take damage. Because I'm not going to take good damage in actual Big Pink, so it was on purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Because otherwise I have to damage down on the hoppers or the Rios. And though I'd have to take gravity off or something like that. Otherwise it'd be doing 10 or 15. Because I know how much damage those guys do in Big Pink. Because I've had to G-mode that room like 3,000 times. It would have taken some time. When I could just touch the crab. I knew I was going to live, so. Yeah. Yo, Kino's 165 streak. You thought I ran out of mental energy? No, I knew what I was doing. Oh, you did? Nice. I actually have to do that tomorrow. Tomorrow's actually even my last day. Hello? Hello. Hi. Did you enjoy school? Yeah? Is that a little snack that you got there? Can you, I won my race. Can you say good job, Appa? You're so smart. You can say that? He said it. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. Yo, Jeffy, thanks for the gift set to Luke. That is Mandu, the big Mandu picture. Mandu's also just literally right next to you, too. Yeah, Mandu. Mm-hmm. Wait, where's Mandu? I don't see Mandu. Hi. He is snotty. Co-op SM race? Good question. Soon. Soon. I had him play NBA Jam for a little bit. I gave him the oh, you okay? Tripped backwards. Yeah, over the hitbox. He kept going ball, ball, and then when if like they shot and they missed, and then the announcer goes like, oh, he go, uh-oh. All right. Imit, there's another sponsor that I took. So I'm doing one tomorrow, and then I'm gonna do another one sometime next week. It's another movie ad. Okay. Imit, are you going live? What day is today? Friday? Oh, you don't stream on Fridays, huh? Are you humming? Are you copying me? Crazy? Is that crazy? Okay. Baby? Baby? Where's the baby? I don't see a baby. Mandu! Hey, Mandu. I'm just trying to grab the snack. All right. Okay. Sunmover Stickles is going on. Is this what game is this? Game 1, game 2? Who's up? Does anyone know? Game 2? Who's up? Did it go down to escape? I feel like people pointed that out. Failed the escape and lost game 1. Holy. Yeah. Yeah. Baby? Okay. Alright. We're rating SG2. Sunmover Tickles. Tickles. Dude, I think Tickles. Tickles. He said Tickles. Didn't Tickles upset someone? Did Tickles take out Ralix? Tickles, I think, had a big win in the lower bracket. I could be wrong, though, but... Oh, Tickles took on Mo. Tickles took on Mo. That's actually huge. Yeah, that's huge. Wow. And he's up 1-0 on Sunwoo. Yo, Tickles run? I don't sleep on Tickles. I had Tickles going further. Alright, guys. Chat, I am rating SG2. Thank you all for watching the dub. I'm streaming tomorrow as well. I'm gonna have a little 3-minute ad tomorrow as well, okay? Thank you for watching. I love you all, and I will see you all tomorrow, okay?